Florida in Belgrade, Serbia. We're kicking off the day with the men's pair. This is the D final that will be lining up on the start as we speak.
Još 5 minuta ostalo je do početka takmičenja. Krećemo sa muškim dvojcem D finale. Nadamo se da će vreme dozvoliti.
We are underway with the first race of the day here at day 2 of the World Rowing Cup in Belgrade, Serbia. This is the D final of the men's pairs. In lane 1, we've got Bulgaria, and in lane 2, Australia.
Krenula je prva trka, muški dvojac, finale D. Na stazi su Bugarska I Australija.
So the weather conditions here on the lake are being monitored very closely, and we'll keep you updated with any more progress on that. But racing is underway. The boats that are on the water will be coming towards us fast and furiously. A great start currently for the Bulgarian pair. Manilov and Yankolov are out at 32 strokes a minute through the 400-meter marker and leading Australia by about a length.
Trka je krenula, vreme će biti nadzirano, dakle sigurno će doći do promene odluke ako se nastavi ovako vreme, ako se nastave munje I gromovi. Nadamo se zaista da će se vreme promeniti, a na stazi su Cvetomir Malinov I Ivan Jankulov. Oni trenutno vode ispred australijskog para Nick Niels I Tom Birtwistle.
So they're through 500 meters gone, and just a second separating Bulgaria and Australia. The Australian pair, Nick Niels and Tom Birtwistle, doubling up here at this regatta, also racing in the PR3 mixed coxed 4 event, where they'll have their A final to contend tomorrow, but doubling up into this pairs event. Bulgaria, though, at the moment getting the better of them through 600 meters gone. They're just extending their lead somewhat. Both crews now settling onto pace. Bulgaria at 31 strokes a minute. The Australians settling that a little bit higher, up at 35 strokes a minute.
Australijanci su ubrzali, vesluju 35 zavesloja u minuti. Bugari su na 31, međutim imaju nekih 15 metara prednosti na 700 metara od starta.
So it's been a fantastic start here for Cvetomir Manilov and Ivan Yankolov, but with the best view on the course, we've got our all-star commentary team at the 1,000 meters. We've got Brian Richie Richardson and Angelika Milicevic, and at 1,500 meters, we've got Tim von Vliet and Vladimir Maxa. Richie, it's the first race of the day. I feel like you might be getting quite wet up at 1,000 meters there, but some great racing to look forward to.
Yes, Camilla, I think I brought the Irish weather with me this morning. A little bit of the thunderstorms passing over us here. Flat water conditions, because yesterday we had that headwind that changed into a crosswind, but it's absolutely crystal clear and flat here at the 1,000-meter mark. No challenges for the crews as they come through the 1,000-meter mark. It's the young pair from Bulgaria leading here, coming through. They've just opened up a clear water lead now, about 2.5, 3 lengths ahead of the pair from Australia. Nice controlled rowing here from the Bulgarian pair. I think they got off to a very good start, nice and clean, and they have opened up that lead now and in control of the race coming through the halfway point.
Dobro jutro čitavoj familiji veslača, porodici širom sveta I u Beogradu. Evo nas drugog dana na Svetskom kupu za veslače u Beogradu I otvorili smo ovo subotnje jutro sa finalem D za muški dvojac. Prestala je da pada ova kiša I očekujemo dobre uspešne trke u nastavku ovog dana. Jezero je mirno, a ovaj prvi dvojac iz Bugarske koji je odlično startovao I bio lider od početka, Malinov I Jankulov, prednjače ispred Australijanaca Birtwistla I Nilsa. Očekujemo da možda Australijanci nešto ubrzaju tempo, pokušavaju da stignu, ali za 2,5 dužine su Bugari brži.
Tim, ideal rowing conditions here as the crews approach you at the 1,500 mark.
Almost mill pond conditions here at the three-quarter stage. The water is perfectly flat. A very, very slight tailwind at this stage of the race. But the Bulgarian pair, they're looking very good. That young combination, the crew who got a 4th place in the recent European Junior Championships, they're looking very strong, very nicely connected at the front end of the stroke, and they're really powering along. Just 30 strokes a minute, but it's good, powerful rowing from these young athletes, and a great showing too there from the Australian combination, who are also row a slightly higher rate of striking. It's a bit more higher up the gear, 34 strokes a minute, and they have about 2 lengths of clear water to make up in the final 500 meters.
Dve duženja čamca je zaostatak Australijanaca, odnosno na bugarski muški dvojac u D finalu. To je prva trka koju gledamo danas na takmičenju Nadi Ciganli, za razliku od jučerašnjeg dana kada je bilo sunčano i potpuno drugačiji su bili uslovi, danas kišovito, ali voda je potpuno mirna i gledamo samu završnicu ove trke u kojoj će Bugari najvjerojatnije dobiti pošto imaju veliku prednost.
So from where we're sitting, slight drizzle now on the lake, nice cool temperatures, like ideal for rowing, because yesterday we had the blistering heat, 30 degrees, but it's a lot cooler today. I think it's about 18 degrees centigrade, and that's lovely conditions here as we see the crew from Bulgaria there with Malinov and Yankulov there raising the rate, 32 strokes a minute as they move towards you, Camilla, in the finish tower and into the final stages of this D final of the men's pair.
Yes, it's been a very well-controlled race here for the young pair from Bulgaria. They've led from start to finish here, Manilov and Yankolov, ahead of Nick Niels and Tom Birtwistle of Australia. And raising the rating nicely, they've stepped up now to 35 strokes a minute to show off in front of the grandstands.
Dva čamca su u finalu D, a ovu trku dobit će Cvetomir Malinov i Ivan Jankulov, koji su vodili od samog starta, napravili veliku prednost i prolaze kao prvi u ovom delu takmičenja.
Well, very dramatic as they come towards the line here, the stormy skies of Belgrade. They'll have a 4-length advantage over the Australian pair, Bulgaria there with a win in the D final of this men's pair event. Well, we're going to try and get all of these athletes down the course as quickly as possible, and the best way to do that is to race them thick and fast. The next race on the course already at 700 metres gone. That's the D final of the women's singles. In lane 1, Garda Ibrahim of Egypt. In lane 2, Huang Yiting of Chinese Taipei. And in lane 3, Amna Magdi Hussein of Egypt.
Finale D ženskog skifa, na stazi su Egipa 2, Gada Ibrahim, Yiting Huang iz Tajpeha i Ama Magdi Hussein Egipat 1.
So there are 800 metres gone now, and wow, what great water here to be racing a single, Richie.
And it's clearing up here as well, Camilla. Up at the start, the showers seem to have passed on now, so I'm sure the scullers that are in this race and the ones to follow will be looking forward to some dry spells. Just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. Two of the boats here in lane 1 and lane 2 staying in touch. The Egyptian sculler in lane 3, Amna Magda Hussein, just out of touch at the moment and seems to be coming down at a much lower rate, maybe just taking this as a training spin rather than racing it. But up at the front we have the Yingting Huan from Taipei in the centre of the course in lane 2, leading just by about half a length ahead of Gada Ibrahim, Egypt 2 in lane 1. So just a half a length separating them as they come through the 1,000 metre mark.
Finale D za ženski skif i evo prva trojka na jezeru Ada. Devojke veslaju i trude se da prkose ovoj kiši koja je sve slabija i slabija. Imamo 3 skiferke, 3 takmičarke u ovoj trci i to su 2 devojke i takmičarke iz Egipta u prvoj i trećoj traci, dok u sredini vesla iz Tajpeja Yiting Huang koja je liderka od samog starta i prednjači nekih 3 metra samo ispred Egipćanke Gade Ibrahim koja ubrzava svoj tempo i smanjuje distancu.
So our leading scullers here, Yingting Huan from Taipei and Gada Ibrahim from Egypt in lane 1 and lane 2. They're just glancing over at each other, and at the moment they are pushing each other side by side, still just about a half a length in it as they come up towards you, Tim.
Yeah, lovely race developing between Ibrahim from Egypt and Huang from Chinese Taipei. They're really going for it every single stroke. I think it's bauble for bauble from where I'm sitting, with the sculler for Huang still in the lead, but the pressure is being piled on by Ibrahim from Egypt. Hussein, racing as Egypt, won in this race, well behind multiple lengths of clear water. She's also dropped her rate of striking, so I don't think she's going to be in the mix up in the front of the race any longer. But we have a great race developing here as Ibrahim from Egypt moves past Huang from Chinese Taipei. Now it's bauble for bauble as they approach our position here at the 1500.
Što se tiče današnje druge trke, imamo novo D finale, u pitanju ženski skif. Kao što ste mogli da čujete, u ovom trenutku je devojka iz Egipta, Gada Ibrahim, prešla u vodstvo. To je negde na 500 metara pre završetka trke. Na drugoj poziciji nalazi se Yiting Huang, dok će sasvim sigurno na trećem mjestu završiti Hussein, pošto je u velikom zaostatku odnosu na prve dve takmičarke.
Ibrahim from Egypt taking control of this race at the three-quarter stage. She's really motoring along very nicely, 31 strokes a minute, and really piling on the pressure. She has the highest boat speed of any of the crews here in this D final. So in the D final, of course, they're contesting the places 19 up to 21st with currently the sculler from Egypt, Ibrahim, making her mark on this D final and moving away from Huang from Chinese Taipei with, I think, a little over 300 meters left to row. She looks very good to take the win here in the D final.
Yeah, she's looking very good indeed to take the win here in this D final. Well-paced race, very mature race here from Ibrahim of Egypt, coming through Huang Yiting of Chinese Taipei, who was our early leader in the first part of this course. And it just goes to show you pacing is everything here in the small boats, opening up quite the lead now as they come in towards the finish tower.
Završnica D finala vodi Gada Ibrahim iz Egipta, posle je Egipat 2, sledi Yiting Huang iz kineskog Tajpeha, a na trećem mestu Egipćanka Amna Magdi Hussein.
So the D final determining places 19, 20 and 21 here at the regatta, and fighting for that 19th place overall. Gada Ibrahim of Egypt just takes a quick glance towards her right to make sure that she has done enough to keep Chinese Taipei at bay, and that's exactly what she's done. A really powerful finish here, looking very commanding, with 3 strokes to go to the line, and a great win there for Egypt too. Gada Ibrahim. It's then going to be Huang Yiting of Chinese Taipei, and with the final 25 strokes of her race, Amna Magdi Hussein of Egypt 1 comes in towards the line. So I did say we're going to be rolling races through thick and fast here to try and get all of our athletes back on dry land. And next up, the D final of the men's single is already through 1,000 meters. In lane 1, China. In lane 2, Paraguay. In lane 3, India. In lane 4, Serbia 3. In lane 5, Bulgaria 4. And in lane 6, Bulgaria 2. And so I'm going to throw you straight up to Richie to let you know what's going on.
So these crews are now through the 1,000 meter mark. Very competitive race here. They would have gone through the heats yesterday as well as the repechage races and into the D final here. Coming through 1,000 meters, it's lane 2, Javier Infrans from Paraguay, leading over the Serbian Viktor Pivac. They're the 1 and 2 coming through 1,000 meters.
Evo konačno i muškog skifa, finale D, u kojoj imamo i srpskog predstavnika i veslača Viktora Pivača. On je sada na drugoj poziciji iza veslača iz Paragvaja Javiera Insfrana. On je lider od samog starta u ovoj trci i očekujemo da naš Viktor zaista pobedi u ovom finalu.
So coming up to the 1,500 meter mark, we're hoping that that Serbian sculler can put a big push in here. Viktor Pivac looking to take into the lead of Javier Infrans as they approach the 1,500 meter mark.
Yeah, they're coming into view right now, and it's great racing here, and great to see the sculler from Paraguay up in the mix in this race. We are talking about Javier Insfran. He actually trained with the Belgian squad in near Bruges and in Ghent in preparation of this regatta, so it's great to see him out front here in the D final. But coming with him, it is one of the local favorites, Victor Pivace. It's Baubel for Baubel as they cross the 1500 meter mark, followed by the Bulgarian twos. That's Boris Yotov in third position, and his countryman Marino Simeonov is in fourth position, followed by the China and India, but they're in hot pursuit. But the leading duo out there in front, it's Paraguay and Serbia.
Što se tiče muškog skifa, D finale, kao što ste mogli da čujete, je u pitanju i na recimo 400 metara pre završetka trke u ovom trenutku Paragvajac Insfran i domaći takmičar Viktor Pivač se nalaze u borbi za prvu poziciju. Svi ostali su daleko, tako da će između ova dvojice se trka i odlučiti, dakle, ko će biti na podijumu nakon završetka D finala.
So coming towards the red boy area, it's a great battle out in front for the win here in the D final. And I think, Camilla, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Serbian sculler is taking the initiative in the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, and he's going to get the guts of the home crowd here in the grandstand. So I'm actually going to hand over to my Serbian co-commentator Željko to take you through these last 250 meters.
Viktor Pivač ima trenutno prednost u odnosu na sve protivnike u ovom finalu D. Juriga Paragvajac, Javier Insfran zaostaje za nekih 5 metara. Da li će imati snage? Nadamo se da hoće imati snage Viktor Pivač do kraja. 37 zavesleja u minuti. Velika borba, izgleda će Pivač ipak proći kao prvi. Tako je.
A perfectly timed race for the home favourite. Viktor Pivac of Serbia will take the win there in that D final ahead of Paraguay's Javier Insfran. It's then the scullers from Bulgaria to follow, and then India and China completing the field here in this D final of the men's single sculls. .800 metres gone for the next race on the course, which is the C final of the men's coxless pairs. In lane 1, Austria. In lane 2, Hungary. In lane 3, Lithuania 1. In lane 4, Switzerland 2. In lane 5, Chile. And in lane 6, Netherlands 2.
Krenula je trka u muškom dvojcu bez. Na stazi su Austrija, Mađarska, Litvanija 1, Švajcarska 2, Čile i Holandija 2.
So it looks like a great battle out at the front of the field here, Richie.
Absolutely, Camilla, there's just about 2 lengths separating first to 6 here in our next race in the men's pairs. Coming through the 1,000 metre mark, just putting on a push nearest to us is the crew from the Netherlands. Lithuania had been leading out over the last 500 metres, but the Dutch crew in lane 6 just putting a push on now to take the lead ahead of the crew from Lithuania, and then the Austrian crew in lane 1. They're the 1, 2 and 3 at the moment going through the 1,000.
Evo i finala C, muški dvojac pred nama i 6 ovde parova imamo u trci na nekih 1200 metara. Holanđani prednjače ispred Litvanaca, odnosno Litvanije 1 sastava, Stankunasa i Juskeviciusa, a što se tiče ostale postavke, treće se drže Čileanci, 4. su Mađari, 5. Austrijanci i na 6. poziciji za sada stoje Švajcarci.
So very exciting racing prospect here for the men's pairs. There's just those couple of lengths separating first to 6. How's it looking there, Tim, as they approach you at the 1,500?
Multiple stories within this third 500, Richie. We see the Lithuanian crew trying to take the initiative away from the Dutch pair in lane 6, but the Dutch pair are responding and raising the rate 35 strokes a minute from Menno Bezema in the stroke seat of that Dutch crew, and he's trying to check the move there from the Lithuanians, who have creeped ahead ever so slightly. It's about a canvas lead for Lithuania, and behind them is a really tight tussle for the minor places here in the C final. We see on the far side of the lake the crew from Austria, the guys who were in the men's four up until the Tokyo Olympiad. Now they're in the pair and they're 3/4 of a length behind the leading Lithuanians. I think they're just about in third position, with the Dutch still in second position. And behind them, the crew from Chile also well up into the mix. The only crew now not able to match the rest of the crews for speed is the Swiss crew in lane number 4. They're dropping back as Lithuania tries to move away from the rest of the field.
Na 400 metara pre završetka trke muškog dvojca u C finalu vodi postava iz Litvanije. Na drugom mestu su Holanđani i 2, Austrija i Čile se bore za 3. mesto, dok su jedino praktično iza svih ostalih Švajcarci. Oni će sigurno završiti na 6. poziciji.
So Lithuania still in the lead of this race from where I'm sitting, Camilla, but the Dutch trying to make a move there. They're up at 39 strokes a minute, trying to get their leading position back from the Lithuanians.
Yeah, this has been a close race from start to finish, and that's what happens in these minor finals, is very similarly paced crews, and the Lithuanians are having to work so hard here against the Dutch coming in towards the line, but it looks like the Dutch have really got the momentum here and chasing them from the far side of the lake in lanes 1 and 2 as well. Austria and Hungary coming up on both crews.
Velika borba u završnici finala C i dalje litvanski dvojac ima prednost, prete Mađari i Holanđani, da vidimo ko će prvi proći.
It's going to be half a length to Lithuania over Hungary. The Dutch then slip back into third. Austria as well, close on there in fourth. It's then Chile in lane number 5 that take 5th ahead of the Swiss in lane number 4. But barely anything separating that whole 6-boat race. What a finish there in the C final of the men's pairs. Already through 700 metres now. The men's double C final in lane 1, Sweden. In lane 2, Italy. In lane 3, Greece 2. In lane 4, Hungary 2. In lane 5, Egypt. And in lane 6, Uzbekistan.
Na redu je C finale u muškom dublu. Na stazi su Švedska, Italija, Grčka 2, Mađarska 2, Egipat i Uzbekistan.
Well, let's hope that this race is going to be just as close as the last one we saw. What can you tell us from the 1,000, Richie?
Carbon copy of the previous race, because again we just have a couple of lengths separating first to sixth here. The only crew that are out of touch at the moment is the crew from Uzbekistan in lane 6, just a couple of lengths off. But coming through 1,000 meters, matching stroke for stroke, it is the crews from Greece and Egypt. Egypt led through 500. The Greek crew then put on a big push coming up to 1,000, but the Egyptian crew in lane 5 have once again responded to that, and they're taking with them the Hungarian crew in lane 4. So they're the 1, 2 and 3 coming through 1,000 meters.
Fantastične trke i pred nama muški dubl, finale C6 država, 6 dublova. Od starta su lideri Egipćani, Elbana i Elshavi, a prate ih u stopu tim iz Grčke koji su u trećoj traci i imaju nekih samo 30 stotinki za ostatak. Na trećoj poziciji su Mađari, a potom slede Italijani na četvrtoj za sada poziciji, 5. se drže Šveđani, a posljednji su u zaostatku momci iz Uzbekistana.
So all 5 crews from first to 5th position are within striking distance here of putting a push on and moving into the lead, Tim.
Biggest push at the moment came from the Greek double there. They really moved away strongly in the third 500 meters, and they've taken a bit of a gap. They're in front of the race, but not by much, because right next to them, the crew from Hungary is also well in contention to get the first spot here in the C final. And of course, we have the crew from Egypt still in contention. Uzbekistan dropping off the pack pack here, but it's a great racing so far as the Greeks move out to 3/4 of a length at 1500 meters, followed by Hungary, then followed by the Egyptian double, who's still in contact with that crew from Hungary. And on the far side of the lake, we have a great battle developing between the young Italians in lane 2 and the world champions in the coastals from Sweden on the far side of the lake. So several very exciting races as they head towards the finish, but out in front it's still that young crew from Greece.
U završnici C finala muškog dubla u ovom trenutku na prvoj poziciji nalazi se Grčka 2, na drugom mestu su Mađari, treća je postava iz Egipta, četvrti su Italijani, peti Šveđani, a šesta je posada iz Uzbekistana.
Great move here from the crew from Hungary. They've taken the rate up to 40 strokes a minute, and they are a bow ball for bow ball with the Greeks as they come towards you, Camilla, at the finish.
Yeah, looking forward to this one coming towards us here in the tower. It's so close. And I think just as I've said that, the Hungarians have decided that they've had enough of this bow ball for bow ball race. Szabo and Backsky are really wanting to create some distance between themselves and the Greeks in the lane next to them on their left. And with every stroke, they pull out a little bit more boat length between themselves and Greece.
Mađarski dubl u vođstvu na kraju finala C. Prete Grci, tu su na nekih 9 metara, a zaostaju sve ostale selekcije, tako da će prvi kroz cilj proći Mađari.
What a turn it's been there by the Hungarians. It went from bow ball to bow ball for 3/4 of a length over the line. Greece in second ahead of Egypt that will come over in third in this C final of the men's double sculls. On the far side, Italy and Sweden finish in that order. And then in lane 6, Uzbekistan clear water back from the rest of this field. So, folks, that race is the last race that we'll see for a little while. We've got a suspension on racing now after that race, the men's double C final. We'll be bringing you all the updates of the weather being monitored here on the course regularly and as regularly as we can, and we'll let you know when racing will resume again.
Takmičenje je odloženo do daljeg zbog loših vremenskih uslova. Mi ćemo vas naravno na vreme obavestiti kada se takmičenje nastavlja.
So attention and notice on the next races to come. 45 minutes is the official delay. So the first race to come is the race number 67, the men's 4C final at 10:15. And the gaps between the races will be remaining the same. So 10:15 is the start for the men's 4 final C. And then we will continue the racing as planned.
So, folks, we're going to be back underway with racing here on Lake Arda. 5 minutes to go until we resume the programme with race 67, which will be the C final of the men's fours.
Za 5 minuta nastavljamo takmičenje, finale C u muškom četvercu bez kormilara.
So bang on time, 10:15, the first race of the revised schedule now underway. This is the C final of the men's coxless fours. In lane 1, we've got the Czech Republic, and in lane 2, we've got India 2.
Nastavili smo sa takmičenjem, trka 67, muški četverac bez kormilara, finale C, na stazi su Češka i Indija 2.
A blistering start here for the Czech Republic. They're up at 48 strokes a minute. Adam Kappa in the stroke seat, really asking a lot of the three men behind him, really up at a punishing rhythm through the first 250 metres, but it has gotten them the advantage. They're about 3/4 of a length up on India at this point in the race.
Odlično su krenuli Česi, 43 zavesle u minuti, bilo je čak i 47 u jednom trenutku, velika prednost u brzini, ali nije velika prednost u dužini prednosti, to jest u metrima, neki 12 metara. Međutim, ovde ne treba sumnjati da će Česi proći prvi kroz cilj za nekih 1500 metara.
Well, it's taking a while for the Czech Republic to come down and settle onto rhythm. They're still up at 41 strokes a minute as they come through the 500 meters gone marker, but they are still ahead. Also, we're being notified that India have got a yellow card for being late at the start to race 67, so they'll have to try and avoid any further warnings during the course of this race. But as it stands at the moment, it's the Czech Republic with a good advantage at 600 meters.
Upravo smo saznali da je Indija dobila žuti karton zbog kašnjenja i sada moraju da obrate pažnju, da ne naprave još neku grešku, da ne bi došlo do diskvalifikacije, ali svakako je Češka favorit u ovom duelu, ima sada 19 metara prednosti, 40 zavesla je u minuti češki tim.
Well, after that short break in racing, we're going to reintroduce you to the commentary team we've got out on the course at 1,000 meters. Brian Richie Richardson and Angelika Milicevic, and at 1,500 meters, Tim Von Vliet and Vladimir Maxa. Richie, these fours should be hurtling towards you at halfway.
They're speeding down the course here to the 1,000-meter mark, and that Czech crew still rating up at 40. They are obviously looking to open up the lungs here and get a good race in coming up to the 1,000-meter mark. They've opened up that Clearwater lead over the Indian crew in second place at the moment. Nice, strong rowing from the Croatian crew. Very high rate in comparison to the Indians, rating there around 30, 32 into their rhythm going through 1,000. But they're not, the Czech crew aren't moving away. It's just about a length and a half, 2-length lead that they have here for going out hard after the first 1,000. Let's see if they can hold on to that coming into the second half of the race.
Nastavljamo sa uzbuđenjima na ovogodišnjem svetskom kupu za veslače u Beogradu na jezeru Ada Ciganlija. Nakon jedne pauze polusatne, evo nas ponovo do finala C smo stigli i nastavljamo sa trkom muški četverac bez kormilara. I u ovoj trci imamo dva nacionalna tima, češki i tim Indija 2 koji je u zaostatku. Za sada imaju žuti karton i na nekih 1200 metara čak imaju zaostatak od nekih dužina i po. Česi su odlični i njihov štroker Adam Kapa daje dobar tempo i imaju nekih 40 zaveslaja, tako da je to obećavajuća jedna dobra, sjajna pozicija i izgledaju superiorno.
So good solid 500 meters from the Indian crew here to stay in touch with the Czech Republic. But Tim, it does look like they have done enough opening up the lead off the start.
They've done most of the damage in the first 1,000 meter, Richie. It's now they're in control of this race. They're 2 lengths ahead of the crew from India, and it's the experienced hands of Adam Kappa in the stroke seat there. He's setting the rhythm at a comfortable, well, it's actually quite a high, it's not really that comfortable. It's a very high rate of striking, although there is a tailwind. These guys from the Czech Republic are motoring along at 40 strokes a minute. They have a slightly higher boat speed, but a nice move there from the Indian crew. They move up to 36 strokes a minute, and they actually have a speed advantage, but they have a length of clear water to make up to the crew from the Czech Republic.
U završnici C finala muškog četverca bez kormilara Česi imaju apsolutnu kontrolu trke i u odnosu na posadu Indije imaju 2 dužine čamca prednosti, tako da će gotovo sigurno zauzeti bolju poziciju u ovom C finalu.
So the Czech Republic then in this C final motoring along still at 41 strokes a minute, and a high rating crew, this crew from the Czech Republic, but they look very comfortable at this high rate of striking as they move towards you at the finish, Camilla.
Yeah, good step on from racing the pair last season. The stern pair of this Czech Republic crew have kept the rating punchy the whole way down this 2,000-meter course, and it has paid off. They've got clear water between their stern and the bows of the crew from India.
Česi su dodatno pojačali, 44 zavesla u minuti, imaju veliku prednost u odnosu na Indiju i proći će kao prvi kroz cilj u ovom C finalu.
Up to 44 strokes a minute through the line in this C final of the men's coxless fours. A really blistering performance there from the Czech Republic. India too will come across the line in 14th place overall in this event here at the First World Cup. We're already underway with the C final of the women's single scull. We've had one withdrawal for medical reasons, and that's Lovisa Claesson of Sweden in lane number 4, so this race will take place without her. In lane 1, though, we've got Sunning of China in lane 2, Lisa Lecher of Switzerland in lane 3, Slovenia's Lisa Konstanciak in lane 5 for Turkey, Ellis Osbey, and in lane 6 for the Netherlands, Karin Robbers.
Na redu je finale C, ženski skif. Na stazi su Suning, Kina 3, Lisa Lecher, Švajcarska, Nina Kostanšek, Slovenija. Odustala je zbog neke lakše povrede ili možda se ne osjeća dobro. Lovisa Claesson iz Švedske. Tursku u petoj stazi predstavlja Ellis Osbey, a Holandiju 3, Karin Robbers.
So these single sculls are about to go through 800 metres gone. What can you tell us from the 1,000, Richie?
There's a nice tailwind helping the crews along the course here, straight down the course. And the action is all here in lanes 5 and 6 at the moment. The Turkish sculler in lane 5, Ellis Osbey, and the Dutch sculler in lane number 6, Karin Robbers. They're the 1 and 2, with the Turkish sculler now just putting on a big push to move into the lead. So Karin Robbers from the Netherlands had the lead going through the first 500, but a very solid middle of the course race here from the young Turkish sculler, Ellis Osbey, and she's now moved into the lead and is just about to open up a Clearwater lead over the Dutch sculler. And then there's a length or two back to China, Switzerland, and Slovenia as well for 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Mnogo akcije na jezeru Ada Ciganlije u Beogradu donose dame, ženski skif i finale C za devojke. 6 skifiskinje je bilo na startu, međutim Šveđanka Lovisa Claesson, nemamo je u ovoj trci, odustala je i od samog starta dobro se ponašala Karin Robbers iz Holandija 3, međutim izgubila je lidersku poziciju i Osbey Ellis iz Turske je na 1200 metara preuzela to lidersko mesto. Na 3. mestu drži se i dalje Nina Kostanjšek. Očekivali smo možda da će za ostatak od 6 sekundi i 19 stotinki nadoknaditi. Ostaje još dosta da vesla. 4. je Lisa Lecher, a na 5. poziciji je kineskinja Sun.
So moving very nicely now, it is the Turkish sculler Ellis Osbey leading this one out, and in very close contention for the 2nd place and pushing the Turkish sculler all the time is that Dutch competitor Karin Robbers.
Interesting to see how the third 500 meters unfolded with Ellis Osbey from Turkey, the young sculler there, making her move in that in what is traditionally the toughest bit of the race. This nice tailwind conditions really helping her along. She's taken more than a length out of the Dutch competitor Karin Robbers, who is right beside her. But Karin Robbers is still in contact. It's about a length ahead, and on the far side of the lake there's a very interesting race between China and Slovenia. Switzerland also still in the mix, but out in front we have Osbey and Robbers fighting it out for places 13 and 14 in this C final of the women's single sculls.
U ovom trenutku, tačno na 500 metara do završetka C finala ženskog skifa, vodi devojka iz Turske, Ellis Osbey. Ima 20 godina, ali u ovom trenutku zaista je jako kvalitetna, bar u odnosu na takmičarke koje se u ovom trenutku nalaze na stazi sa njom. Trenutno je druga Karin Robbers iz Holandije, na 3. mestu se nalazi Nina Kostanjšek iz Slovenije.
So Karine Robbers making a move as she passed the 500 meters to go mark, right in front of our commentary position, and she's eating up some of the deficit she has. But Ozbey of Turkey still well out in front, and I don't know if you can hear it at the finish tower, but already I hear some cowbells for Lisa Lütscher from Switzerland on the far side of the lake. So that's always a great sound to hear. But she has a lot of work to do to get to the front of the race. The leading pair of Turkey and the Netherlands fighting it out for the win in the C final, Camilla.
Yes, we love the sound of the cowbells for the Swiss athletes, and I'm sure we'll hear more of them throughout the season, with Luzern hosting World Cup 3 later on in the year. But as they come towards us here at the finish tower in this C final of the women's single sculls, the story's been all about Elis Ozbey of Turkey, who leads the way, but the fight behind her still tight for that third place. I think currently Karine Robbers creeping her way towards the Turkish sculler, but she might not be able to do enough in these final few hundred meters.
Sam kraj finala C u ženskom skifu i dalje vodi Turkinja Elis Ozbey, preti Karine Robbers na nekih 7 metara zaostatka, a na trećoj poziciji Slovenka Nina Kostenšek.
A reaction there from the Turkish sculler. Ozbey raises the rating as much as she can to try and keep Karine Robbers at bay from the Netherlands. But I think it's still going to be half a length between them as they cross the line. Turkey and the Netherlands there in 1-2 is then going to be Nina Kostenšek of Slovenia across in third. Very close for fourth between Lisa Lütscher and Sun Ning of China. And that concludes that C final of the women's single sculls. 800 meters gone for the C final of the men's single sculls now. In lane 1, Monaco. In lane 2, Uzbekistan. In lane 3, Serbia 2. In lane 4, Great Britain 2. In lane 5, Sweden. And in lane 6, Israel.
Finale C muškog skifa, pomenut ću samo kratko, da je na stazi u trećoj stazi Aleksandar Filipović iz Srbije.
Well, it's currently the Monegasque sculler from lane number 1, Antognelli, that takes the lead, but all very close still, Richie.
He's out there in lane 1. He's had a blistering 500 now, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, and is looking to push on and open up a clear water lead. But staying with him at the moment are the crews from GB, John Collins in lane number 4, and Alexander Filipović from Serbia, local crew, in third place at the moment. And it's a blanket of 1 length just separating 4th, 5th and 6th as they go through 1,000.
6 veslača, muški skif i finale C. Imamo takođe ponovo jednu brzu trku, ali takmičar u najdaljoj stazi od nas u prvoj vesla Quentin Angonelli i on beleži jednu izvesnu prednost ispred Britanca John Collinsa, sekund 52 stotinke. Na trećoj poziciji za sada naš Aleksandar Filipović. Očekujemo od našeg Filipovića da taj tempo iz zavesla je malo ubrza, da dobije snagu i evo, ako nešto znači naša pozitivna energija za srpskog predstavnika. Ostali momci drže se sledeće. Na četvrtoj poziciji je švedski predstavnik, 5. je Friedman iz Izraela, a 6. Mamad Kulov iz Uzbekistana.
So there'll be great support for centre of the course here from the Serbian sculler. Staying in touch at the moment, and hopefully the home crowd will cheer him into a leading position coming into the last quarter of this race.
Yeah, they're trying to go with John Collins from Great Britain to get past the Monegasque sculler on the far side of the lake. Quentin Antognelli, who just missed out on a place in the AB semi-finals. He's racing and leading this C final this morning, but the big lead he had has been eaten up by John Collins, who is really motoring along. He's at 35 strokes a minute, and he has the highest boat speed of the entire field, moving through the Monegasque sculler. And as he takes the lead right in front of our commentary position, he has 3/4 of a length over the Monegasque with Filipović from Serbia following him, and I think Filipović just took second as he passed the 500 meter to go.
Upravo na 500 metara od završetka cilja, završetka trke gde se mi trenutno nalazimo, Filipović prelazi na drugo mesto, pošto je u ovom trenutku uspešniji od Antognellija iz Monaka, ubedljivo Prvo mesto u ovom trenutku drži Britanac John Collins. Preostali takmičari u ovom trenutku ne mogu da se bore za prve 3 pozicije.
So it's Great Britain and Serbia moving to the front of the field. Collins currently leading this C final and looking very powerful indeed, with Filipovic from Serbia almost a length back from the leading sculler from Great Britain. So that's going to be a nice race there for John Collins, who I believe is recovering from COVID. And he's not in the best shape of his life, but it's great to see him leading this C final this morning.
Yeah, certainly. I know that John had shared that it wasn't the best race for him yesterday. He was quite disappointed with his performance, so looking to set that right here in this C final. And he leads the way, having taken charge 3/4 of the way through the race, and certainly continuing to gain distance here over the home favourite from Serbia.
Pred kraj finala C u muškom skifu pokušava Aleksandar Filipović da stigne Johna Collinsa, međutim odbija to Britanac koji će proći kao prvi kroz cilj, mada traje ta borba. Evo, pokušava Filipović ipak u zadnjim metrima da dođe do drugog mesta, ipak ne. Do prvog mesta, ipak ne.
Well, one final punch thrown there by Filipovic of Serbia, but not enough to overhaul John Collins of Great Britain. They'll be the 1-2, then very closely followed by a blanket of athletes there from Sweden, Israel and Monaco. It's just Uzbekistan there to complete the field, and a very close race all round there in the C final of the men's single sculls. And another close race to follow. Next up on the course, we've got the C final of the lightweight men's double sculls. In lane 1, Egypt 2. In lane 2, Egypt 1. And in lane 3, India 2.
Krenulo je finale C za muške dublove za lake veslače. Na stazi su Egipat 2, Egipat 1 i Indija 2.
And from what I can see, coming through halfway, barely anything to separate the crews in lanes 2 and 3, Richie.
The double sculls races were some of our closest finishes yesterday, and it's the case again today here in the C final of the men's lightweight double sculls. Leading through 500 with the crew in lane number 2, Egypt 1. But over the last 500, it is the Indian crew in lane 3. They just right before the 1,000 meter mark had put on a big push, and they've pulled through now and are leading by just about half a length over that Egyptian crew in lane 2.
Dubl za lake veslače i finale C za 3 tima i 3 dubla. Startovali su dobro Egipat 1, Abdelal i Kandil. Bili su lideri, međutim već oko 1000 metara to vođstvo im je preuzeo Singh Tyagi iz tima Indija 2. Egipat 2 za sada na 3. poziciji.
So that second Egyptian crew look like they're out of the race. So we've a two-boat race coming down towards you there, Tim, and a very exciting finish in prospect with just half a length separating the two double sculls.
Yeah, it's going to be a nail-biter of a finish because it's stroke for stroke and they still have 600 meters left to row. The crew from India trying to get ahead and stay ahead. They're about half a length in front of the first Egyptian crew right beside them, and it's great to see those crews racing. I think the crew from the Egyptian crew is slightly over-racing the crew from India, who look very composed with 500 meters to go. They look very nice, long connected strokes, and they tried to make a little move there, actually at 31 strokes a minute, which isn't really that high for this event. We're used to seeing these lightweight doubles at 35, 36 strokes a minute, but this morning the Indian crew are really laying down the power in the lower rating, so at 32 strokes a minute. Egypt is struggling a bit. I think they have to let the crew from India go, because the Indian crew is they have the superior boat speed at this stage, and they are walking away every stroke from that crew from Egypt. So not perhaps the photo finish we'd like to see, but a great race from the Indian crew in front.
U poslednjem C finalu za danas, dubl za lake veslače, Indija 2 ima prednost odnosu na Egipat 1 i između te dve posade će se voditi borba za osvajanje prve pozicije u ovoj trci u ovom trenutku. Egipat 2 je u velikom zaostatku.
I think the Indian crew have just broken clear. They have the higher boat speed going up to 5 meters per second at 32 strokes a minute, and I think they're going to cruise all the way down the line towards you, Camilla.
Yeah, and I think that was set up by their wonderful third 500. That's the part of the race that gave them this advantage, and they're continuing to capitalise on it in this last 250. And as you say, just looking beautifully relaxed for a lightweight double, down at 31 strokes a minute as they come in towards the line ahead of Egypt 1.
Odlično vesla Indija 2 i proći će kao prva kroz cilj. Prate Egipat 1 i Egipat 2.
So Arvinder Singh looks for the line and they find it there in first place of this C final of the lightweight men's double sculls. They'll come in ahead of Kandil and Abdelal of Egypt 1, Egypt 2 following shortly after. So from finals to repêchages, and now we've got repêchage 1 of the women's coxless pairs.
Na redu je repasaž za ženske dvojice. Na stazi su Danska, Holandija 2, Hrvatska, Kina 2 i Kina 1.
So contending this repêchage, Denmark in 1, Netherlands 2 in 2, Croatia in 3, China 2 in 4, and China 1 in 5. And it's the first 2 going through to the A final. Who's that looking like as they come towards you at halfway, Richie?
Just coming up to the 1,000-metre mark, Camilla, and it looks like it is the crew from the Netherlands in lane 2, Croatia in lane number 3. They are leading at the moment here. With these smaller boats, anything can change in the space of a couple of strokes, and it's 2 qualifying spots here for the winners, and it looks at the moment there's clear water being opened now between the Netherlands and Croatia and the remaining crews from Denmark, China 1 and China 2. The Danish crew out in lane 1, again just putting a little bit of a push on. They had a glance over the shoulder there and saw that they're within striking distance of the Croatian pair, which includes the twins. A lot of twins competing here at this regatta. So 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. It is looking like the Netherlands just extending their lead ahead of Croatia, but that Danish pair, they're the danger crew over at lane 1 at the moment, and they could easily put a push on and move into that second qualifying spot.
71. trka jeste repesažna trka, ženski dvojac i očekujemo jedan snažan zaveslaj sada od Ivane i Josipe Jurković iz Hrvatske, koje su na drugoj poziciji dosta poznate i omiljene ovde na našem terenu i srpskoj javnosti. Liderke jesu devojke iz Holandija 2 sastava, Damen i Den Besten, odlično drže tempo, imaju 35 zaveslaja i ispred Hrvatica drže to svoje lidersko mesto od samog starta. Na trećoj poziciji tu su Dankinje i poredak je takav što se tiče prva 3 mesta. U zaostatku su 2 kineska dvojica, devojke iz Kina 1 i Kina 2 od samog starta na 4. i 5. mestu.
So the 2 Chinese crews here are off the pace and unlikely to challenge for the qualifying spots, and the Netherlands leading it out here. But the real battle is going to be for that second qualifying spot between the crews from Croatia and Denmark.
Who's trying to fight it out for that all-important second spot, but I think at the moment it's the Croatian Jurkovic twins who are in the second position, right behind the Dutch combination from with Maartje Damen and Diewertje Den Beste. They row a very long, very efficient stroke. They have a length of they're a length ahead of the Croatian pair, and behind them it's indeed that crew from Denmark with Sophie Vikkelsu in the bow position. She looked to her right and she saw that she has a length to make up to the second placed Croatian crew. Behind them we have a nice little inter-team rivalry from the Chinese squad, with China 2 comfortably ahead of the China 1 combination. But big push now from Croatia as they pile on the pressure on the Dutch crew, who are failing to respond at this stage, but the Dutch Dutch have a sprint finish and they are fighting for 1 and 2 in this repechage.
Što se tiče ženskog dvojica i ovog repasaža koji gledamo u ovom trenutku u situaciji da se nađu u finalu su Holandija 2 i Hrvatska, pošto se nalaze na prve dve pozicije. Na trećem mestu je Danska, daleko iza su Kina 1 i 2. Prve dve idu dalje, vidjet ćemo koje će posade izboriti plasman u završnicu i u borbu za finale ući.
Yeah, so a little push there from Croatia to make sure they are well in front of the Danish pair on the far side of the lake. So it looks good for the Netherlands too and Croatia for those all-important spots through to the A final.
It does indeed look very good for the Netherlands. They're up at 38 strokes a minute as they come through 200 metres to go. But we do know that the Jerkovic twins, Ivana and Josipa, they've got a really good sprint finish on them as well. We saw that through the World Cup season last year. So they will do everything they can, I'm sure, to get the most advantageous position through into tomorrow's final.
Dve posade idu u A finale i bit će to Holandija 2 i Hrvatska, Ivana Jurković i Josipa Jurković.
I think Josipa Jurkovic in the stroke seat there, just deciding that they're happy with second place. The Netherlands with enough space there to take the top spot through to the A final tomorrow in this women's pairs event. Safely through as well, Croatia ahead of China, who managed to come through Denmark in that last part of the race, leaving China 2 to complete the field here in this first repechage. We're on the course with the next repechage of the women's pairs. This is repechage 2, the same progressions, the first two through to the A final with the remaining crews through to the B final.
Drugi repesaž, na stazi su Holandija 3, Holandija 1, Češka i Australija. Dalje idu u A finale dve ekipe, ostale idu u finale B.
So lots of Dutch interest in this event, and it looks like the Dutch have got off to a good start here. The Netherlands 3 in 1, Netherlands 1 in lane 2, the Czech Republic in lane number 3, and Australia in lane number 4. And currently race leaders, the Netherlands 3 over in lane number 1. Drenthen Offerijns have taken a steady lead. They're up at rate 36 through the 500-metre marker with about a length over their compatriots in the lane next to them. Netherlands 1 there, Boonstra and Oldenburg just holding tight there to their teammates. They want to ensure that they're in those top two positions. But sandwiched in between them, well, the Czech Republic are having none of it. They also want to see the opportunity to gain medals in tomorrow's A final. So they've snuck past. They're currently sat in second position, breaking up the Dutch lead.
Australija polako otpada, a za prvu poziciju borit će se dve holandske postave i Češka. Trenutno Holandija 3 u prvoj stazi na prvoj poziciji, na drugoj sa 6 metara zaostatka Češka, a na trećoj Holandija 1.
Well, I think this is going to be a tight race between three crews here for two places. What's moving and shaking there at the K, Richie?
Crews into the final, and I'm sure that they are pushing each other on here in lane number 1 and number 2. In danger, of course, of upsetting everything is the pair from the Czech Republic in in lane 3. Sorry, currently leading it out. They are leading by just about half a length ahead of Netherlands 1, right beside them in lane 2, and the other Dutch crew staying with them now. And again, with these small boats, just one push through any of the pieces here can bring a new leader into contention. With just 2 qualifying spots here, it's going to be a fantastic second half of the race, and we're watching all of the crews here putting a push on right coming through the 1,000-meter mark. So at the moment it is the crew from the Netherlands have now moved into the lead ahead of the Czech Republic. So it's Netherlands 1 from the Czech Republic and Netherlands 3. They're the 1, 2 and 3 with just 2 spots to qualify.
U disciplini ženski dvojac, evo imamo i drugu repesažnu trku, prve dve grupe, odnosno prva dva dvojca će ići direktno u finale A, ostali u finale B i od samog starta videli smo da su se Holandija 3 i devojke u čamcu Oferens i Drent držale odlično i bile liderke od samog starta, a Čehinje su u trećoj traci Novotnikova i Flamikova pokazale takođe dobar tempo i prate u stopu sa zaostatkom od sekundi 33. Na trećoj poziciji nalazi se Holandija 1, to je drugi dvojac i devojke u čamcu na trećoj poziciji sa zaostatkom 2 sekunde i 20, dok su iz Australije poprilično daleko iza njih.
So a cracking finish is in line for you coming up towards the second half of this race here. The Dutch crew in lane 1 have extended their lead, but the second Dutch crew are coming back onto the Czech Republic now into the last 500.
Yeah, the first Dutch crew, stroked by Bente Boonstra, is making a big effort to get back onto terms with the Czech Republic and that Netherlands 3 crew on the far side of the lake, with Hermijntje Drent and Tinka Offerijns, the two rowers who were in the talent program Project 2020, and now they're here competing in the women's pair, and they are trying to extend their lead. It's length over the Czech Republic and the other Dutch crew, but it's going to be a very tight finish because the Czech Republic just raising the rate. Most of all these crews are basically the same in terms of speed. The Czech Republic just ahead of the Netherlands 1 crew, and it's going to be a very tight finish because, as you mentioned, Richie, only 2 spots to the A final where one of these crews will be disappointed and the other 2 will join Great Britain, Chile, the other Netherlands crew and Croatia in the A final. But it's too tight to call at this stage which of these 3 crews are going to join them in the A final.
Velika borba na 300 metara pre završetka druge repesažne trke u konkurenciji ženski dvojac. U ovom trenutku na prvoj poziciji su Holanđanke 3, njihova treća posada. Takođe Čehinje i Holandija 1 se bore za još jedno mesto koje vodi u finalu, gde se već nalazi Holandija 2, Hrvatska i od juče Velika Britanija i Čile.
So 2 crews from the Netherlands, 1 crew from the Czech Republic. Who is going to get into the A final? Currently, the crew, the Dutch crew in lane number 1 is leading this field, but it's evenly matched between the Czech Republic and the first Dutch crew.
Yeah, this is going to be a nail-biting finish here. One of these crews will miss out on that A final tomorrow. I think Netherlands 3 looking fairly safe here. Offerijns and Drent have managed to get themselves up and looking back on the rest of the field. But look at this, bow ball for bow ball between the Netherlands 1 and the Czech Republic. I think the Czech Republic have managed to put their rating up high enough, 41 strokes a minute, to get their bow balls ahead of the Netherlands.
Kako li će tek finale biti kada je borba za finale ovakva? Holandija 3 ide dalje, da li će Češka ili Holandija 2?
Wow, one final push there from Netherlands 1. Oldenburg and Boonstra, I think, just secured them that A final place to join their teammates. Drent and Offerijns will wait for the confirmed result there, but from my eye here in the finish tower, it was Netherlands 3 with the win there. Netherlands 1 sneaking through by, gosh, a few centimetres ahead of the Czech Republic. And indeed, that is confirmed now, and we'll await the Australian pair of Viney and Vuillemin to conclude their race. They'll be contending the B final tomorrow based on this performance. We've got the first of our AB semi-finals now on the course. This is the first of the men's pairs AB semi-finals. In lane 1, Slovenia. In lane 2, Lithuania 2. In lane 3, Great Britain 2. In lane 4, Spain. In lane 5, Great Britain 3. And in lane 6, Switzerland 1.
Polufinale muškog dvojca. Na stazi Slovenija, Litvanija 2, Velika Britanija 2, Španija, Velika Britanija 3 i Švajcarska 1.
They're through 600 metres gone, but at the 500-metre timing point, it was Tom George and Ollie Wynne-Griffith of Great Britain 2 that was in the lead, but only just Spain hot on their heels there through that timing point. Barely anything to separate them, a canvas if that. It's then Great Britain 3 that sit in that third and final qualifying position at this point in the race, but of course, as we know, the things in the small boats can change ever so quickly.
Prve tri ekipe idu dalje, idu u finale, u veliko finale. Trenutno na prvoj poziciji Velika Britanija, odmah tu je Španija na samo 3 metra. Slede ostale ekipe, Slovenija na trećem mestu, Litvanija takođe vrlo blizu.
Well, this certainly looks like a race of two halves from here in the tower, but what's your take, Richie, from the 1,000-metre marker?
Off the start, it was the crews from Lithuania and GB3 who went off at a blistering pace of 50 strokes per minute to take an early lead. But the lead has changed a number of times over the first half of this race here, and it is centre of the course, the crew GB2, a very experienced pair of Oliver Wynne-Griffith and Tom George leading it out here and extending about a 1-length lead over the crew from Spain in second place. And the second GB crew, Harry Glenister and Matthew Rossiter at the moment. They're the 1, 2 and 3. They've opened up a Clearwater lead now over the remaining crews, and they look like the solid 3 that might take these qualifying spots into the A final of the men's pair.
Evo imamo pred nama polufinaliste u disciplini muški dvojac i 6 dvojaca pred nama, od toga su 2 britanska i Britanija 2 u sastavu Wynne Griffith i George su lideri od starta, dobro i uspešno veslaju ispred Španaca, a na trećoj poziciji za sada se nalazi Britanija 3 u sastavu Glenister i Rossiter. Prema tome, može se reći da će Britanci u ovoj trci izdominirati i da li će Britanija 3 uspeti da preduhitri Španiju i zauzme prva 2 mesta kako bi išla direktno u finale A. Što se tiče ostalih, poredak je sledeći. Na 4. poziciji su momci iz Maribora, 5. su Litvanija 2, a ekipa iz Švajcarske je na posljednjem 6. mestu za sada.
So similar to the previous race where 2 Dutch crews advanced on to the final, we are in contention here for 2 GB crews. How's it looking there, Tim?
Where the GB2 crew is like a length ahead of Spain and the GB3 crew, but there is actually a very good possibility that we have 3 crews from Great Britain in the A final, because we have another crew from Great Britain racing the next semi-final. But out in front, GB2 looking in control. It's 36 strokes a minute, and that combination rose very nicely. The high-rating Spanish crew have a good second position in this race, and the GB3 crew with Matt Rossiter in the stroke seat have a comfortable margin over Switzerland, Lithuania and Slovenia in 4th, 5th and 6th. So I think GB2, Spain and GB3 look comfortable ahead of the rest of the field to take the spots in the A final.
U prvom polufinalu muškog dvojca jasno je da će 3 ekipe koje se nalaze u ovom trenutku na prve 3 pozicije lagano proći dalje, pošto 2 britanske posade i Španci imaju ozbiljnu prednost u odnosu na ostale i gotovo je sigurno da ćemo njih gledati u sutrašnjem A finalu.
So not much changing here from our commentary position. The more experienced crews in the center lanes, they're being ahead of the relatively young crews from Switzerland, Slovenia and Lithuania. But yeah, Great Britain have a good semi-final. They're probably going to qualify, as is the crew from Spain with Javier Garcia Ordenes and Jaime Callejo Pazos. They're looking very good as well, and the Spanish crew always a good crew to watch come finals day.
Yeah, absolutely, Tim. But no surprises to see Great Britain too. Tom George at the helm of that crew, having freshly set the 5K Concept 2 Ergo world record this season, will lead Ollie Griffith home in the leading position in this AB semi-final ahead of Spain and Great Britain 3.
U finale idu Velika Britanija 2, Španija i Velika Britanija 3, a ostali idu u B finale.
The remaining crews here progressing through to the B final, Slovenia, Switzerland and Lithuania too. Those three crews that conclude that first AB semi-final. So we need to find three more crews to join Great Britain and Spain in the A final of the men's pairs. The second AB semi-final now underway. In lane 1, the Lonkaric twins of Croatia. In lane 2, Aiden and Sahin of Turkey. In lane 3 for Serbia, Makovic and Vasic. In lane 4 for the Netherlands, Van Sprong and Van Lierop. In lane 5 for Great Britain, Aldridge and Bagajski. And in lane 6 for Uruguay, Rodas Carrera and Zakalo.
Drugo polufinale u muškim dvojcima. Na stazi su za Hrvatsku Patrik i Anton Lončarić, za Tursku Ajdin i Šahin, za Srbiju Mačković Vasić, Holandija Van Sprang i Lirop, Velika Britanija Aldridge Bugajski i za Uruguay veslaju Rodas Koreja i Zokalo.
Through 500 meters, and this is why I absolutely love small boat racing. There is barely anything to separate the leading four crews. At the moment, the top three, well, that's been a tight fight between Great Britain 1 and the Netherlands. They've been exchanging blows for this first 500 meters, but through the timing marker, it was Great Britain with the honours at 500 meters, closely behind Netherlands 1. Then Serbia looking great here for a third qualifying spot through to the A final.
Uspevaju naši veslači da održavaju tu treću poziciju ispred Urugvaja, Turske i Hrvatske, a u ovom trenutku u vođstvu je britanski dvojac, prati Holandija.
Well, they'll be coming into view of our commentators at 1,000 meters. It seems to be shaking out for another three fairly dominant crews here out in front for those qualifying positions. But to tell you the story of this race, we've got Richie and Angelica.
I'm with you, Camilla. These small boat races and the pairs and doubles, most exciting and closest finishes we've had over the last day and this morning as well. And it's the case here again as they come up to the 1,000 meter mark. We have three crews in contention for the top three qualifying spots. The other pairs not too far off it. At the moment it is leading it out, the crew from Great Britain leading here ahead of Netherlands and Angelica. That Serbian pair looking good for the third spot.
Correct. Ova 74. trka u disciplini muški dvojac donosi više nego prostor za srčani udar, jer naš tim iz Srbije u sastavu Martin Mačković i Miloš Vasić, koji su u središtu ove staze, veslaju snažno i pokušavaju da preuzmu lidersku poziciju u odnosu na Velika Britanija 1, u kojoj su Aldridge i Bugajski. Uspeli su to i sada su lideri upravo momci i tim iz Srbije. Bravo Mačkoviću, bravo Vasiću, i idemo prva tri mesta direktno u finale A koje ćemo gledati sutra. Za sada druga pozicija pripada ekipi iz Britanije i vidjet ćemo šta se dalje u ostatku trke dešava. Ovo je bilo vrlo uzbudljivo.
So there's clear water now for the first three crews here, Serbia, the Netherlands and Great Britain, but they're racing it all the way. The three qualifying spots are probably theirs, but that Serbian crew in lane 3, they're doing all the work and they're pushing all the way down there, Tim.
sitting. A long, powerful stroke there coming from Milos Vasic and Martin Makovic. They are leading by about a length ahead of GB1 and Netherlands 1. The new combination from the Netherlands with Nicky van Sprang in the bow seat, and here he's joined by Lennart van Lierop in the stroke seat, and they're really going stroke for stroke with the GB crew. It's great to see these two crews competing. The Dutch won their heat yesterday. GB1 got second in their heat, but they're absolutely going for it and evenly matched at this stage in terms of speed. And it's well, too close to call which of these crews is in second and third. Out in front, the local favorites, but behind them it's a very nice race between Great Britain and the Netherlands.
Srpski dvojac u drugom polufinalu ima ubedljivu prednost. Martin Mačković i Miloš Vasić u ovom trenutku je na prvoj poziciji, na drugom mjestu nalaze se momci iz Britanije, 1, treća Holandija 1 i verovatno će se te tri posade, tačnije gotovo sigurno, naći u finalu gdje su već Španci i 2 britanske posade.
So the Dutch crew making a move with 400 meters left to go, which takes them into second position behind the leading crew from Serbia, with Great Britain still in third position. Those three crews look good for a place in the A final, and behind them a great little fight there between Turkey and Croatia on the far side of the lake.
Yeah, this race seemed to be set from 500 metres gone. Those three crews, although in a different order here coming towards the tower, remain the same. But I'm expecting to hear some shouts from the home crowd, as it is the Serbian crew of Vasic and Makovic that lead the way.
Bilo bi dobro podržati naše momke koji idu ka finalu. Definitivno će završiti na prvoj poziciji. Iza njih Holandija pa Velika Britanija. Dakle, Martin Mačković, Miloš Vasić u velikom finalu Svetskog kupa na Adi Ciganliji.
Serbia will cross the line with the honours in this second AB semi-final of the men's pairs. It will then be the new combination from the Netherlands of Van Sprong and Van Lierop ahead of Great Britain's Aldridge and Bagajski. Moving into the B final, then Turkey will finish in fourth position ahead of Croatia. It's then Uruguay that conclude the field. The next race on the course is the repechage of the women's double sculls.
Sada je na redu ženski dubl, repasaž. Na stazi su devojke, krenula je trka.
In lane 1, Poland. In lane 2, China. In lane 3, Lithuania. In lane 4, the Netherlands 3. In lane 5, Greece. And in lane 6, Hungary.
Staza broj 1 Poljska, staza broj 2 Kina, 3 Litvanija, 4 Holandija, 3, 5 Grčka, 6 Mađarska.
So the first 2 crews from this repechage will progress through to the A final, with the remaining crews going through to the B final.
2 ekipe idu u A finale, a ostali idu u B.
Well, a different combination to what we're used to seeing from the Lithuanians here in this women's double sculls event. Rimkoita and Senkoita here teaming up, and they're out at the front of the field along with a very fast-moving Hungarian crew. Briel and Kramer here, they were blasted out of the blocks at 41 strokes a minute. They've settled now down to 39 as they approach that 500-meter timing marker.
Kako se približavamo prvom prolazu na 500 metara, Litvanija ima prednost u odnosu na Holandiju 3, trenutno druga Mađarska.
2 crews to go through to the A final, and at the moment it's still Lithuania and Hungary, but piercing through the pack just behind Netherlands 3, Bruyning and Holleboom are moving through Greece, trying to make their way towards Hungary here, as they know only the top 2 will qualify through to the medal races. 600 meters gone now, and still anything to play for.
Na 600 metara i dalje Litvanija ima prednost, ali svi čamci su izjednačeni, možda malo zaostaje Poljska, drži se reprezentacija Mađarske na 3. poziciji, Holandija 3.
Well, they'll be coming into sight of our commentators at halfway, and Lithuania just seem to be moving from strength to strength here, Richie.
Absolutely. They have a fantastic second 500 here coming up to the 1,000 meter mark. They're centre of the course in lane number 3, leading it out here. The Hungarian crew rating very high, 39.40 for middle of the course, but they're staying in touch in second place. Two crews to qualify here, and the other crew that are in contention and pushing Lithuania and Hungary all the way are the Netherlands. Netherlands, of course, winners of the World Cup 2021 race with Lisa Scheenard and Roos de Jong, but a different combination here for Netherlands 3, and they're going to be pushing all the way the crew from Hungary and Lithuania for those 2 qualifying spots.
Viktorija Senkute I Dovil Rimkute iz Litvanije, koje veslaju u 3. traci na ovom takmičenju i repesažnoj borbi da bi ušle u svoje finale A sutra. Bore se u disciplini ženski dubl i prate ih Mađarice Preil I Kremer. Holandija 3 I njihov dubl za sada na 3. poziciji, a na 4. mestu Grkinje, potom su Kineskinje 5. I Poljakinje 6.
So Lithuania still leading it out here, going through the 1,000 meter mark. They've opened up about a length's lead over the following pack, but there's only about 2 lengths separating 2nd to 6th. So very competitive second half of the race here. We'll of course be watching can the crew in lane 6 Hungary. They look like they're in second place at the moment, just holding off the challenge of the Netherlands, and the Chinese crew in lane 2 at a much more sedate pace. They seem to be staying in touch as well to see if they can challenge for that second qualifying spot into the final of the women's double sculls.
It's out in front in this repechage, and with only 2 crews going straight to the A final tomorrow. There is a lot of work to do for the crews from Hungary and also Greece now coming into the mix. I think the Greek crew is just there or thereabouts in 2nd position, with the under-23 European champion Evangelina Fraku there in the stroke seat. She's really laying down the power with her lightweight companion, her bow, is making this Greek combination a very fast one. They're motoring through Hungary. Dropping back is the Netherlands too, and on the far side we have that young combination from China with junior world champion Yu Wen in the bow seat. They're trying to pass the Dutch and cling on to the Greek crew to get second position, but there's a lot of work to do. Decisive move, I think, from Greece as they move a length clear of the Netherlands and Hungary to take second position, but out in front still Lithuania leading this race quite comfortably at half a length of clear water over Greece.
Ženski pasaž, dva idu dalje. U ovom trenutku na prvoj poziciji Litvanija i Litvanke za sada deluju prilično ubedljivo. One će gotovo sigurno sa prve pozicije ići u repasaž, tačnije u finale gde se već nalaze dve britanske i dve holandske posade. Na drugom mestu nalaze se Grkinje, a iza njih su ekipe iz Mađarske, zatim Holandije i Kine.
So Lithuania dominating this race, and what an impressive charge from the Greeks who are now firmly into second position, Camilla.
Yeah, the Greeks had a great Olympics last year. So much talent coming up through the Greek squad, and what a mature move from Evangelina Fragku in the stroke seat. Just 19 years of age, leading this crew furiously towards the line. It really is quite a remarkable feat that they've done, getting themselves out of the pack and very comfortably into second position behind this commanding Lithuanian crew.
Od početka trke Litvanije na prvoj poziciji održava tu prvu poziciju, proći će definitivno u veliko finale, a veliki favorit za prolaz kao drugi ima Grčka sa Ficu i Fragu u čamcu.
Well, it's battle of the up-and-coming stroke women here. As I say, 19 years old in the stroke seat of the Greek crew, but also for Lithuania, Dovile Rimkute, just 20. So it's really amazing that they crossed the line in first position there. Lithuania ahead of Greece. A small punch there in the bow seat for Zoe Fitsu of Greece. They've qualified well there in those top two spots. It's then going to be the Netherlands, Hungary, China, and rounded off by Poland there, who will compete in the B final. Back to AB semi-finals now, and the men's double sculls through 200 metres in this first AB semi-final. In lane 1, Greece won. In lane 2, Netherlands won. In lane 3, Poland. In lane 4, Croatia won. In lane 5, Great Britain. And in lane 6, Belgium.
Polufinale muških dublova na stazi su Grčka 1, Holandija 1, Poljska, Hrvatska 1, Velika Britanija i Belgija.
Well, we heard and saw yesterday that Martin Sinkovic caught a couple of crabs off the start, not giving the Croatians the dreamy start to their season that they were hoping for, but they managed to power through the field from fourth place all the way through to secure their spot into this AB semi-final. They've not made the same mistake again today. They will lead through the first timing marker. The Sinkovic is back into this double scull event that they were Olympic champions in almost 6 years ago now. Behind them, well, we're looking for 3 qualifiers through to the A final, and as it stands at the moment, Poland sits tucked very neatly just behind the Croatians, and then the Netherlands as well, just again a few centimetres behind Poland. It really is tight at the top. Great Britain currently holding down 4th.
Posle 600 metara vode braća Sinković koji imaju najbrže svetsko vreme postavljeno u Amsterdamu 2014. 5:59.72. Sada Holanđani izjednačuju i bit će napeto do samog kraja koja će 3 selekcije proći u veliko finale.
Well, the Croatians feeling the pressure here from some new combinations and absolutely not guaranteed that they'll take the win. Absolutely dead level here between Croatia, Poland and the Netherlands as they come towards you, Richie.
Center of the course here, and we can see that the Croatian double, not making the mistakes that they had yesterday. As you said, Camilla, they frightened the life out of a lot of people, I think, coming through the 1,000 metres to see them back in 4th and 5th place. But today, a much more competitive race here in our first semi-final. 3 crews leading it out in lane number 2, Netherlands, in lane number 3, Poland, and in lane 4, Croatia. There is nothing between them. Going through 1,000, stroke for stroke, they're matching each other. There is half a canvas, I think, separating the 3 crews, and then slightly back to the GB crew, half a length. They're staying in touch, and they're bringing that young Belgium double with them as well in lane number 6.
Dosta uzbuđenja donose polufinalisti u muškom dublu u 76. trci. 6 dublova, 6 država od samog starta, ali ono što smo i očekivali jeste dubl u sastavu braća Sinković, Martin i Valent, koji su inače prošlogodišnji pobednici kupa i nosioci tog najboljeg svetskog vremena u ovoj disciplini još iz Amsterdama 2014. Očekivali smo takođe i od Holandije 1 Metz-Makersa i Brojanika da ovde pariraju i oni imaju zaista jedan mali zaostatak u odnosu na braću Sinković. Na 3. poziciji su Poljaci, Zjetarski i Baranski. Ostali poredak je na 4. mestu, za sada su Britanci, a potom Belgijanci i poslednji su Grci.
So very similar to the women's doubles race that was just on, where it is the middle 1,000 meters that the positions are changing. And Tim, as they approach you, who's looking good for those 3 qualifying spots into the A final?
Yeah, Richie, I think it's still the same 3 you mentioned. It's the Netherlands, Poland and Croatia, but there is precious little between those 3 crews out in front, with the crew from Great Britain still in contact with the leading duo, but Zitarski and Baranski from Poland are in the lead, half a canvas ahead of the Sinkovic brothers, with the Dutch combination of Bruning and Metzemakers in 3rd, but it's going to be a very tight finish, and I think the Dutch have some work to do, because the British double looks very comfortable here, and I think they have a good sprint finish, and yeah, for me, I think the Polish crew looks so strong, but yeah, looking at the Sinkovic brothers, they are the Olympic champions in this event from Rio, so I think they look very good, and they have the power to sprint all the way down to the line if they want to. They're already up at 42 strokes a minute, and the Polish crew is going with them, and the Dutch feeling the heat from those 2 crews, but still in 3rd position.
U ovom trenutku na prve 3 pozicije koje vode u finale muškog dubla nalaze se posade Poljske, Hrvatske 1 i Holandije 1. Prete Britanci, vidjet ćemo da li će uspjeti da se nađu Britanci među prve 3 postave i među one koje će se naći u finalu.
So the turn of speed of the Croatians is really impressive to see. The Sinkovic brothers moving into the lead and leading by half a length over the Polish crew in 2nd, and the Dutch still in 3rd.
Yeah, the Sinkovic is short and right up there for Croatia, just to get the better of Poland. But the Netherlands are going to have to watch out for a charging Great Britain here. There is a place in the A final on the line. Are Bruning and Metzemakers going to make it ahead of Great Britain? We're not sure. I think actually Great Britain will sneak that 3rd place ahead of the Netherlands. We'll wait for the confirmation of final results. Belgium will roll in 4th, looking pretty content with the B final. It's then going to be Greece 1 over in lane number 1. But gosh, that got the heart rate up. I think certain places there for the A final, Croatia and Poland, a great battle that will resume tomorrow with medals on the line. And then just having a look quickly at the results that are trickling through. Indeed, 3rd place will go to George Bourne and Matt Hayward of Great Britain, who will proceed through to the A final.
Žestoka završnica, na kraju Hrvatska očekivano na prvom mestu, druga je Poljska, a u borbi za 3. mesto Britanija je za 1/10 bila bolja od Holandije.
Well, after that absolutely sensational finish in the first AB semi-final of the men's double sculls, we're hoping for much of the same here in semi-final 2. In lane 1, it's China 1. In lane 2, Netherlands 2. In lane 3, Spain. In lane 4, Lithuania. In lane 5, the Czech Republic. And in lane 6, Ukraine.
Muški dubl, drugo polufinale, dalje idu 3 selekcije, a na stazi su Kina 1, Holandija 2, Španija, Litvanija 1, Češka i Ukrajina.
Well, a fast start here for the Spanish combination. Conde Romero in the stroke seat here is taking them out of the blocks at rate 40. It's going to be hard to cling on to, though. The rest of the field opting for a slightly more relaxed pace. The nearest to the Spanish crew at the moment, well, I think the Netherlands are trying to snatch the lead off them at this early stage in the race. We just saw that Dutch double missing out in the previous semi-final. Can the Dutch secure some interest in the medals tomorrow?
Posle 450 metara lagano se odvaja Španija, Holandija je odmah tu, izjednačene su te dve posade, prate Ukrajina, Češka, Litvanija i Kina.
Well, as I look across the field, nothing much to separate any of these 6 crews, in all honesty. And as we've seen, all that matters is that your bow ball crosses this point at 2,000 meters first, and that can be left right until the final sprint. So everyone vying for position in this middle stage of the race, setting themselves up well for the sprint, but it's less than a length separating the entire field here, with the leading charge now sitting with the Netherlands.
Evo sada Holandija je u prednosti od nekih 3 metra. Uglavnom su sve selekcije izjednačene. Na nekih 10 metara od vodećeg čamca je kineski posljednji čamac u stazi broj 1.
Well, Gus Mollet and Guillaume Krummenhoek here are really keen to ensure that the Netherlands are still in the fight for a medal in this men's double sculls event, having failed to qualify in that previous semi-final, and they're doing it in style now. They've decided they need a little bit more space between themselves and Spain, and they'll be hurtling towards Richie at the 1,000 meters now.
Again, just a couple of lengths separating all 6 crews as they come up to the 1,000 meters. It is the Dutch crew, just leading about half a length ahead of Spain. Spain off to that quicker start and led out of the first 300 meters, but the Netherlands crew into their race rhythm now and have moved into first place. They just have a half length lead over the crew from Spain, and then it's a blanket finish between the next crews for the 3rd qualifying spot, looking to advance along with Poland, Croatia and GB from the previous race. So the 3rd qualifying spot, there's 4 crews battling it out here, going through the 1,000 meter mark.
Fantastična slika dolazi sa jezera Ada Ciganlija, svetski kup u toku i imamo muški dubl i polufinaliste koji se bore da bi ušli u finale A. Prva 3 mesta u ovoj trci će im doneti šansu da se ponovo suoče sa momcima koji su pobedili u prethodnoj trci, Hrvatska, Poljska i Holandija. Za sada, kako stvari stoje, lideri su bili Španci, međutim Holandija je preuzela vođstvo i oni su samo u jednom maloj vremenskoj prednosti ispred Španaca. Dakle, Holandija 2 vodi, Španci su drugi, na 3. poziciji drže se Litvanci, Kelmelis i Nemeravicius. Vidjet ćemo šta će ostatak trke doneti. 4. su Ukrajinci, 5. Kina 1, a posljednji su Česi.
So, Tim, you're going to be happy to see that Dutch crew in lane number 2 pushing on the lead here, but really there's 4 crews vying for 3 spots here up to the 1,500 meter mark.
Yeah, and the Dutch aren't safe just yet. They need a bit more cushion to be, to get themselves out of the charge for the line in 500 meters, because they have, the Spanish crew has a little overlap on the Dutch bow. It's a little over half a length advantage for that Dutch crew of Guus Mollet and Guillaume Krummenhoek. They are leading this field. Spain looking very good too, but behind them it's really very tight between Lithuania and the Czech Republic for that all-important third and final position to the A final. And the Ukraine double also in contention. If they can raise their game and put some pressure on the Lithuanians and the Czechs, I think they have a chance of getting into the A final. On the far side, the first crew from China not really in the mix at this point of the race, but I think the Dutch still leading, but by about half a length over Spain and half a length in front of Lithuania.
U drugom polufinalu muškog dubla u ovom trenutku na prvoj poziciji nalazi se ekipa Holandija 2, Španci, Litvanci i Česi bore se za preostala dva mesta koja vode u veliko finale gde se već nalaze Poljaci, Hrvati i posada Velike Britanije.
So the Dutch raising their game 38 strokes a minute, trying to get ahead of the rest of the field and staying out of the charge for the line, because already Spain at 40 and you can see Lithuania accelerating, and going with them the Czech Republic.
Yeah, Lithuania were the fastest moving boat on the course at 250 metres to go, but everyone else responding around them. They really want that third and final spot. The Netherlands did a good job to secure the lead and keep it now as they move towards the line.
Nema iznenađenja, dalje idu selekcije Holandije, Španije i Litvanije.
So that is the Netherlands, Spain and Lithuania, those top three spots through to the A final secured for them ahead of the Czech Republic, Ukraine and finally China that will progress through to the B final. Next on the course, we've got the first AB semi-final of the men's coxless fours. In lane 1, India 1. In lane 2, Denmark. In lane 3, Great Britain. In lane 4, Netherlands 3. In lane 5, Netherlands 1. And in lane 6, Netherlands 4.
Vreme je za prvo polufinale u muškom četvercu bez kormilara. Indija 1, Danska, Velika Britanija, Holandija 3, Holandija 1 i Holandija 4.
Well, certainly the Dutch looking to stack their chances here to get some crews through to the medalling final. And it is indeed the Dutch leading, coming through 800 metres. Netherlands 1 taking charge of this race, but close behind them, the Brits also half a length back there, trying to slot themselves in between them and Netherlands 3.
Tri selekcije idu direktno u A finale. A Holandija ima 3 posade, pa vidjet ćemo da li će se Velika Britanija i Danska umešati u borbu za prolaz u finale.
They're about to come through halfway, and it seems to me the boat speeds of Netherlands 1 and the British fairly similar, Richie.
That's it, and they're leading it out here, coming through the 1,000 metre mark, looking for those 3 qualifying spots. It is the Dutch crew leading it out here in lane number 5, Netherlands 1, just about a half a canvas ahead of the crew from GB, and right in the centre of those 2 crews, it is the other Dutch crew, Netherlands 3. They're the 1, 2 and 3, but staying in touch, it is the crew from Denmark in lane 2 as well. They, with the pusher 2, could come back at the Netherlands crew and challenge for their 3rd qualifying spot. The crews from India and Netherlands 4, some way back now and off the pace in our first semi-final of the men's fours.
Elitna trka i regata za muški četverac bez kormilara. Imamo pred nama dve polufinalne trke u ovoj klasi i ono što upravo vidimo je da od ovih 6 posada lideri jesu Holandija 1 sa štrokerom Rick Riengsom i oni su za sada pokazali najbolji tempo od samoga starta. Prate ih Britanci sa štrokerom Davidsonom, a na trećoj poziciji drži se i Holandija 3. Ostali poredak za sada na 1000 metara jeste Danska 4, Indija 1 su poslednji, a 5. su sastav Holandije 4.
So all the action is center of the course in lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 between Denmark, GB, Netherlands 3 and Netherlands 1. Let's see, Tim, if those two Netherlands crews can push into the 3 qualifying spots.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting last 500 with GB moving out ahead of the Netherlands 1 crew with Rick Rings in the stroke seat. They are in second. We're half a length back and going with them are their fellow countrymen, the Netherlands 3, a slightly younger combination racing as Netherlands 3. They're in third and they have, I think, almost a length ahead of the Danish crew racing on the far side of the lake with Netherlands 4 dropping off. They have a great fight between them and the crew from India on the far side. They're almost level coming through the 1500, but out in front it's still GB leading the Netherlands 1. Then I think it's the Netherlands 3 currently in third position.
U završnici prvog polufinala muškog četverca bez kormilara u ovom trenutku na prve 3 pozicije, na one pozicijama koje vode u finale nalazi se Holandija 1, zatim Velika Britanija, Holandija 3, a preti Danska.
So GB dominating this race, looking comfortable at 35 strokes a minute as they come towards you, Camilla, in the finish tower.
Yeah, Great Britain just taking their time, patiently moving through the Netherlands 1 to take the lead in this race. Of course, GBR with a sub on board in the form of Morgan Boulding in the 2 seats. He's had to jump in and will also be contesting the men's 8. But similarly, Netherlands 1 now just trying to push a small charge here to close up on the British. They're also doubling up into the men's 8, so I'm sure trying to conserve a little bit of energy.
Sam kraj trke, znamo da će u veliko finale Velika Britanija, tu su i 2 posade Holandije, Holandija 3, Holandija 1.
So it will be Great Britain, Netherlands 1 and Netherlands 3 that take the honours through to the A final ahead of Denmark. India and the other crew from the Netherlands, Netherlands 4 there, will be progressing through to the B final. The next semi-final of the men's 4s now on the course and underway. Another 3 crews to find here for the A final. In lane 1, Austria. In lane 2, Poland. In lane 3, China 2. In lane 4, Netherlands 2. In lane 5, Ukraine. And in lane 6, China 1.
Počelo je drugo polufinale u muškom četvercu bez kormilara. Staza 1 Austrija, 2 Poljska, 3 Kina 2, 4 Holandija 2, 5 Ukrajina i 6 Kina 1.
Taking charge of the initial 500 meters is China 2. They are very closely followed, though, by the Netherlands, who, just as I speak, snatch the lead. And these 2 crews at the moment just a canvas ahead of Poland that sit neatly in that third and final qualifying spot through to the A final as it stands at the moment. Yet another crew doubling up this weekend. China 2 will be jumping into the men's 8 race tomorrow. We saw their test race take place yesterday, but they're hopping into this 4 now in an attempt to qualify for another chance at a medal.
Kako sada stvari stoje, posle Holandije 1 i 3, u finalu će se pridružiti i Holandija 2, trenutno na stazi u vođstvu Kina 2, Holandija 2 na drugom mestu, a Poljska je na trećem.
Well, they're coming up to 800 meters now, and the crew from China, stroked by Kai Peng, is really not wanting to let the lead go. They've shut the door on the Dutch once again. I'm sure the Dutch will be back to throw some punches through this middle section, Richie.
That's what it's looking like here. Stroke for stroke, they're matching each other, but when the pushes come on, there's a surge, and it is the crews from China and the Netherlands just swapping the lead here as they come through 1,000 meters. China, very nice for racing here from China. Lovely, clean, long rowing from the crew, and they are holding out now about a half a length lead over the crew from the Netherlands, and very much staying in touch for that third qualifying spot. It's Poland at the moment, and over near us, closest to us in lane number 6, the Chinese crew, China 1, are now pushing back, and they have actually moved into third place ahead of the Polish crew.
Evo nas kod još jedne polufinalne trke, muški četverac bez kormilara. Odgledali smo jednu prethodnu gde su pobedili Britanci i to smo očekivali od prošlogodišnjeg pobednika svetskog kupa. Ovog puta, kako stvari stoje, lideri u ovoj trci su Kina 2 sa štrokirom Chai Pengom, kako bismo rekli bang bang štrokir, i dobro gruvaju ispred Holandije 2 sastava. Na trećoj poziciji su Poljaci, a izgleda da se taj poredak i ta treća pozicija smeši Poljacima. Ako nastave ovako, ući će u finale A. Četvrti su Kina 2, drugi sastav u ovoj trci iz Kine koji dolazi, 5. mesto za sada za Austrijance, a na 6. poziciji drže Ukrajinci.
So very exciting finish and prospect here for the second semi-final of the men's 4 GB, and 2 Dutch crews already through, and leading this out it is China 2, and the most impressive crew over the last 500, I have to say, it's lane 6 China 1, now moving into contention to qualify as well, Tim.
It's going to be 2 crews from China in the AA final tomorrow, but on the far side of the lake there is also a very fast and high rating crew from Poland trying to get into the mix. It's a lovely flowing rhythm coming off the stroke man from China 2 as they move towards the finish line with 500 meters left to go. The Netherlands 2 crew in second position, and I think the Polish push right before our commentary position has taken them into third. And that China 1 crew who raced the repechage yesterday in 4th position, but still in contact with the leading crews.
U drugom polufinalu muškog četverca bez kormilara u ovom trenutku na prve 3 pozicije nalaze se Kina 2, zatim Holandija 2 i Poljska. Vidjet ćemo da li će baš te ekipe se naći u finalu, gde su već Britanija i 2 posade iz Holandije.
So the Polish crew is the quickest crew on the water at this stage of the race. China 2 still leading, and the Dutch feeling the pressure coming from China 1 and the Polish crew.
Yeah, as they come in towards this final 250 metres, I must say what a beautiful rhythm China 2 has displayed from start to finish. They just look like they're floating ahead of the chasing crews behind, especially Poland, who have ratcheted the rate up through the roof. The 2 very experienced stalwarts of this crew, Wilengowski in the bow seat, Mikolaj Berda in the 3 seat, both world champions in this boat category back in 2019, and they're currently forging their way through the Netherlands with China 1 chasing hard.
Poljaci u svom sastavu imaju 2 svetska šampiona koji su svakako pomogli da Poljska prođe kao treća. Prva će proći Kina 2, druga Holandija 2.
Well, China 2 cross the line, the Netherlands with a last burst of speed there to get themselves back ahead of Poland, but those 3 crews with those spots into the A final. China 1 tried as they might but couldn't quite do enough. They'll end up in the B final now alongside Ukraine and Austria. Next on the course, we have the first of the AB semi-finals of the women's single sculls. In lane 1, Desislava Angelova of Bulgaria. In lane 2, for Serbia, Jovana Arsic. In lane 3, for Great Britain, Hannah Scott. In lane 4, for China, Lu Shiyu. In lane 5, for the Netherlands, Lisa Skeinard. And in lane 6, for Spain, Virginia Diaz-Rivas.
Na redu je prvo polufinale ženskog skifa. Prva staza Desislava Angelova, Bugarska. Druga Jovana Arsic, Srbija. Treća Scott Hana, Velika Britanija. Lu Shiyu, Kina 1, četvrta staza. U petoj stazi Lisa Skeinard, Holandija 2 i Diaz-Rivas, Virginia iz Španije, staza 6.
So much time for this race to develop as the boats get smaller, the more intense the racing becomes. 1-on-1 here in this single sculls event, and a great start here for the home favourite. Jovana Arsic has taken the lead, approaching 500 metres gone, but she's going to have her work cut out for her. A very experienced field sits just to her right. We've got Great Britain, winner of one of the heats, China, who looked very impressive, Lu Shiyu, a phenomenal regatta so far, and of course we can't forget about the Olympic bronze medalist Lisa Skeinard of the Netherlands, who had a really late surge yesterday to secure her place into this semi-final.
U ovoj vrlo jakoj grupi u kojoj 3 prolaze dalje, imamo 4 favoritkinje, ali trenutno na prvoj poziciji je naša Jovana Arsic, prate je kineskinja i Britanka.
A very slight tail breeze helping these athletes along the course. They'll be very thankful of that. But as it stands at the moment, the Serbian fans better get their voices ready in the grandstands, because Jovana Arsic continues to lead the way through 750 metres. Richie, it's going to be an intense one, this one.
Absolutely. Coming up now on the 1,000-metre mark, I'm going to hand over to a very happy-looking Angelika here, who is going to cheer on the Serbian sculler in lane number 2.
Da, ovo je fantastičan moment za ženski skif. Imamo polufinalnu trku pred nama i našu Jovanu Arsic, koja vesla u drugoj traci i ona je lider od samoga starta. Ima jednu lepu prednost između kineskinje Shie Lu, koja je u četvrtoj stazi, i Britanke Hannah Scott, koja vesla u trećoj stazi i sada jeste na trećoj poziciji. Ostali poredak, Lisa Skeinard je na četvrtoj poziciji, Španjolka je peta, a Bugarka šesta. Čestitamo Jovani na ovoj liderskoj poziciji i idemo do kraja da uđemo u finale A koje ćemo gledati sutra.
So it is the Serbian sculler in lane 2 leading it out here, coming through 1,000 metres. She's doing her best to shake off the challenge that's coming from both Hannah Scott from GB and Xiyun Liu from China in lanes number 3 and 4. So all the action taking place centre of the course. They're leading it out. 3 crews to qualify for the A final. So you'd imagine if they can hold off the Clearwater lead that they have over the remaining crews, that they can advance on. But of course we can't discount Lisa Skeinard from the Netherlands in lane number 5, just putting on a little push here now to stay in contention and move back into a push for third place with Hannah Scott of GB. So they've gone through the 1,000-metre mark here. Tim, they'll be coming into view first. At the moment is the Serbian sculler still holding on here, but all to play for with 3 crews to qualify for the final.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough second kilometer in this race with such a breadth of quality in this field. We have the local favorite, Jovana Arsic, who was leading the race, but I think, if my information is correct, and if that China won, Qiyu Lu is taking the initiative, and I think she's leading by about, almost a canvas ahead of Serbia. And Hannah Scott as well. I think Hannah Scott and Jovana Arsic were in the same heat yesterday, where Hannah Scott easily dominated her heat, and she won that race looking really relaxed. And now she's coming forward, and I think she's challenging for the lead as we speak. She is almost level with the Chinese sculler right beside her, and Jovana Arsic in third position. But it's 3 crews clearly ahead of the rest of the field, and looking good for a place in the A final later today.
Ženski skif, prvo polufinale. U ovom trenutku Jovan Arsic se nalazi na trećoj poziciji, dovoljno dobro, i da se nada ulasku u finale. Ispred nje se nalaze Kineskinja i Britanka, tako da bi, kako ovako ostane stvari do kraja, te tri devojke trebale se nađu u finalu, a vidjet ćemo da li će u narednih 500 metara i ostati na tim pozicijama.
So right in front of our commentary position, it's China leading the field, followed by Great Britain and Serbia, Jovana Arsic in third. But a challenge coming from Lisa Scheenaert. She is racing a very good second kilometer of this race, and she is right up there with the three leading crews, but lagging behind still. She has some work to do to get herself into the A final, and I think she's capable of it, but we'll have to see come the finish line. But out in front, China now dominating this race, followed by Hannah Scott from Great Britain and Jovana Arsic still in third position, but she has to look to her right and keep an eye on Lisa Scheenaert from the Netherlands to make sure she keeps that third place into the A final.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask, but we'd hope the Serbian crowd will give her a boost through these red boys, and it's going to be grit your teeth time here for Jovana Arsic, because Lisa Scheenaert is looming. We saw a fantastic sprint from the Dutch sculler yesterday. Can she do it again here against the local competition? But up at the front of the field, it's Liu Shiyu of China, who's just been like a metronome through the middle 1,000 meters of this race. So consistent, looks absolutely fantastic out there on the water, and she's currently trying to fend off a challenge for the lead from Hannah Scott of Great Britain.
Drama na stazi, da li će Jovana Arsic izdržati napad Lisa Scheenaert? Hannah Scott i Liu Shiyu su u finalu, da li će na trećem mestu biti naša Jovana Arsic?
The final 10 strokes here for the leading three scullers, and I don't think Lisa Scheenaert's going to have enough water to overtake the Serbian sculler. No doubt there, Liu Shiyu of China to take the win there in that first semi-final ahead of Hannah Scott of Great Britain, and a cheer, an applause from the crowd here as Jovana Arsic of Serbia secures that third and final spot through to the A final ahead of Lisa Scheenaert of the Netherlands. It's then Spain and Bulgaria that will process through to the B final. The second semi-final already underway here for the women's singles sculls. In lane 1, Donata Karolina of Lithuania. In lane 2 for the Czech Republic, Lenka Antosova. In lane 3 for the Netherlands, Caroline Florijn. In lane 4 for China, Chen Yunxia. In lane 5 for the Czech Republic, Anna Santrakova. And in lane 6 for China, Wang Zifeng.
Krenulo je drugo polufinale ženskog skifa na stazi Litvanija, Češka 1, Holandija 1, Kina 2, Češka 2 i Kina 4.
Well, Lisa Scheenaert missing out in that first semi-final, but looking much better here for Florijn, Richie.
Taking the lead coming through the first 500 and is looking good here. Taking with her the crews alongside her on her left and right from the Czech Republic and China too. So all the action is here in lanes 2, 3 and 4 coming up on 1,000 meters. Staying in touch though, we have the scullers from Lithuania in lane number 1 and also the second Czech sculler in lane 5, Anna Sastrakova, who had a great race yesterday to advance in into the semi-finals. And the Chinese sculler now in lane 6, just a little bit off the pace here. So it looks like there are 5 crews that are in striking distance of those 3 qualifying spots, looking to advance on along with China, GB and Serbia into the final of the women's single sculls. Just coming through the 1,000 metre mark, and it is still Caroline Fleuren from the Netherlands leading it out, and in second place at the moment it looks like it is the Chinese sculler, China 2, Yongqi Chen, leading over about just half a length ahead of the Czech sculler in lane number 2. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and at the moment the Lithuanian sculler in lane 1 staying in touch and hopefully being able to put in a charge here for that third qualifying spot.
Elegantna regata I klasa ženski skif, druga polufinalna trka I očekujemo među 6 skifiskinja gde su 2 Čehinje, 2 Kineskinje, devojka iz Litvanije I liderka iz Holandije Caroline Florin naći svoje mesto, prva 3 mesta u finalu, a za sutra trka u Beogradu. Tamo će ih čekati Kineskinja Xiu Lu, Hana Scott I naša Jovana Arsić. Dakle, kako stvari stoje, Holanđanki se od samog starta smešila ova liderska pozicija I ona je sigurno drži, prati je Xungxia Chen koja predstavlja Kinu 2 I Lenka Antosova iz Češke republike koja je na 3. poziciji. Iz Litvanije skifiskinje na 4. poziciji, Čehinja Ana Santrukova je 5. a Zifeng Wang je na 6. poziciji.
So leading it out center of the course in lane 3, it is Caroline Fleuren who is leading here. The Chinese sculler in lane 4, Yongqi Chen, had put on a massive push there to try shake off the challenge of the Czech Republic and Lithuania for that third qualifying spot. So center of the course, it looks like Carolina is still holding on to the lead here, but all to play for those 2 qualifying spots, Jim.
Yeah, it's really tight behind the leading sculler from the Netherlands, Caroline Florijn. She's the daughter of Ronald Florijn, the double Olympic champion. Her father, a very good rower too, and her brother actually racing here this weekend as well. He strokes the men's quadruple 4. But yeah, in the single, Caroline Florijn tapping it along at 34 strokes a minute. She's leading comfortably in front of Chen from China too, and on the far side from the Czech Republic, Antosova she's in 3rd position, and she has a comfortable margin over her fellow countrywoman Santrukova, who is in 4th position, and I think Lithuania in 5th and China 4 in 6th.
U drugom polufinalu ženskog skifa na 400 metara pre završetka trke vodi devojka iz Holandije, na drugoj poziciji je Kineskinja, a 3. je Češka 1. Vidjet ćemo da li Litvanka može da ugrozi tu 3. poziciju Čehinji I da se nađe u finalu gde se već nalazi posada Velike Britanije, Kine I Jovana Arsić iz Srbije.
So coming into the last 300 meters of this race, it's the Netherlands one leading the field before in front of China 2 and the first crew from the Czech Republic. And to be honest, Camilla, I don't think much is going to change from at the finish where you're sitting.
Yes, it all looks fairly processional here in this second AB semi-final of the women's single sculls. And what a scull here from Caroline Florijn. She's been amazing out there in front, showing that she can swap 1 or for 2. She was the silver medalist at the Olympic Games last year as part of that very fast-moving Dutch women's 4, and opting now to go for the single scull. And you can absolutely see why she's commanded this field from start to finish ahead of China and Lenka Antosova of the Czech Republic.
Suvereno je veslala I došla do prve pozicije Caroline Florijn. Ona će veslati naravno u finalu. Njoj će se pridružiti Kineskinja Chen I Čehinja Antosova.
So it's Florijn ahead of Chen, followed by Antosova of the Czech Republic. It's then leaving Santrukova of Czech Republic 2, along with Lithuania and China 4 as the remaining crews that progress through to the B final. So the next race already at 400 metres now in lane 1 for Hungary, Petafari Molnar Bendegus. In lane 2 for Great Britain, Callum Dixon. In lane 3 for the Netherlands, Melvin Twiller. In lane 4 for Germany, Oliver Zeidler. In lane 5 for Bulgaria, Emil Nekov. And in lane 6 for Hungary, Galambos Petar.
Krenulo je prvo polufinale u muškom skifu, na stazi su Mađarska 1, Velika Britanija 3, Holandija, Nemačka, Bugarska 3 i Mađarska 2.
Well, looking to recuperate from a disappointing Olympic Games, it looks to me, Richie, like Oliver Zeidler is back on form.
Absolutely, our current world and European champion centre the course here in lane 4, leading this first semi-final of the men's single sculls out. He's taking some crews with him. The crews to his left and right from the Netherlands and Bulgaria, the young sculler from Bulgaria, staying in touch as well. 3 crews to qualify into the final, and some nice middle of the course racing now from the scullers, but very little between the first few crews as they approach us here on the 1,000 metre mark. Germany leading it out, the Netherlands, Melvin Tweller, very experienced sculler, of course. He is side by side with the German sculler, battling it out stroke for stroke. There's very little between them, just probably half a length, and again with a push or two the lead could change a number of times here. They're looking to get a Clearwater lead coming up to the 1,000 metre mark to stay in control of the race. They'll be able to look left and right and know that those first few qualifying spots are theirs for the taking. At the moment then, battling it out for the next spots, it is the crews from GB, Callum Dixon, having a great regatta here so far. He's actually in 3rd place now, ahead of the Hungarian sculler in lane 1, and the Bulgarian sculler now has fallen back a little bit further. So coming through 1,000 metres, still it is Ollie Zedler, but he's not having his own way here at the 1,000 metre mark. He is being pushed all the time from Melvin Tweller in the lane beside him for the lead at the moment, and then it is hopefully Callum Dixon holding off the challenge of the other scullers for that 3rd qualifying spot.
3 trke su pred nama u klasi muški skif. Ovo je borba za finale A koje ćemo gledati sutra, i od samog starta ono što smo očekivali jeste da će izdominirati tim Oliver Zeidler iz Nemačke, jer je on prošlogodišnji pobednik svetskog kupa. Od starta Melvin Tweller iz Holandije se pokazao kao izuzetan i prati ga u stopu, a na 3. poziciji na 1000 metara našao se sada Callum Dixon iz Velike Britanije. 4. pozicija preostala je sada za Mađara Bendeguza Petervari Molnara, koji je bio odličan i držao se neke 3. pozicije. 4. je za sada Emil Nekov, a poslednji je Peter Galambos iz Mađarske.
So real race on here for the first semi-final in the men's single sculls. 2 crews leading it out here. Oliver Zeidler of Germany and Melvin Tweller really putting it up to Ollie Zeidler in the first semi-final. They're racing it out, even though they have, by the looks of it, secured 2 of those 3 qualifying spots as they approach the 1,500 metre mark.
Yes, it's great to see them trading punches all the way down the course. You can see the 2 athletes looking towards each other every stroke or so. It's just going absolutely stroke for stroke. They're in perfect synchronicity as they come past the 1,500 metre mark. Ollie Zeidler just in front of Melvin Tweller from the Netherlands, and it's a lovely race to see. And as you said, Richie, they don't have to do this. They're several lengths of clear water ahead of Callum Dixon, who has secured 3rd, so that's a nice spot in the A final if he can keep this up. But the race out in front is brilliant to see. Ollie Zeidler there probably relishing this semi-final fight with Melvin Tweller from the Netherlands. And behind them we see behind the leading 3 crews we see Nikov from Bulgaria, the reigning under-23 champion from European and world champion, so that's a bit of a disappointing performance from him. But the young sculler from Great Britain, he's really made his mark in the 3rd 500, moved into 3rd position, and he's not giving it back to the Bulgarian sculler. With the 2 outer lanes dropping off the pace, they will proceed through the B final, but out in front it's still a great race between Germany and the Netherlands.
Nije puno ostalo do završetka prvog polufinala u muškom skifu. Trojice idu dalje u ovom trenutku. To su Oliver Zeidler, zatim Melvin Teller iz Holandije i na trećoj poziciji je Callum Dixon. Tako će vjerojatno ostati i do samog kraja.
So moving into the final sprinting stages, I think Ollie Zeidler really turned up the heat, 34 strokes a minute. He's leading Melvin Tweller now as they come towards you, Camilla, at the finish tower.
Yeah, again, another procession here for the world and European champion in the single scull, Ollie Zeidler. He's really stepping it down now towards the finish line. Melvin Tweller doing exactly the same. And it's going to be Callum Dixon for Great Britain on his senior debut that will take that third and final slot through to the A final.
Nema iznenađenja u ovom polufinalu muškog skifa. Oliver Zeidler prvi, Melvin Tweller drugi, Callum Dixon treći.
A very spread out affair here in this first AB semi-final. Next to come in towards the line is Bulgarian Emil Nekov, who will have a clear water advantage ahead of Petervari Molnar of Hungary, and in turn of his Hungarian compatriot, Gelan Bosch. Next race on the course is already at 600 metres gone. This is the second AB semi-final of the men's single sculls. In lane 1, Bastian Secker of Denmark. In lane 2, Jorge Jofre Sanciales of Spain. In lane 3, Graham Thomas of Great Britain. In lane 4, Mateusz Biskop of Poland. In lane 5, Bulgaria's Christian Vasilev. And in lane 6, for Slovenia, Filip Mataj Pfeiffer.
Krenulo je drugo polufinale u skifu. Na stazi su Dana Seher, Jofre Sanciales iz Španije, Thomas iz Velike Britanije, Biskup iz Poljske, Vasiljev iz Bugarske 1 i Pfeiffer iz Slovenije.
Well, we usually look towards the centre lanes and some talent there in Graham Thomas and Mateusz Biskop of Great Britain and Poland respectively, but our leader currently coming from the outside lane here, Richie.
6, Filip Mataj Pfeiffer from Slovenia leading it out here. Right beside him then, closest to the action, it's Bulgaria, Christian Vasilev. They're the 1 and 2, and then we have to go all the way over to lane number 1 for Denmark. Bastian Schescher is the third sculler at the moment, looking to qualify for the 3 qualifying spots. Very little then between Spain, GB and Poland in 4th, 5th and 6th. Staying in touch, that there's probably just about 3 lengths separating the crews as they come up level with us here at the 1,000 metre mark. So still the action is over on the enclosure side. Lane 6 Slovenia leading it out. Probably just half a canvas between them and Bulgaria. You can hear the coaches in the background here encouraging their crews on. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, and it's actually the Bulgarian sculler just putting a little push on now to move into the lead ahead of Slovenia in second place. And then it is Graham Thomas from GB now moving in to the 3rd qualifying spot. So hopefully he can hold off the challenge that's coming from Denmark on the far side of this second final of the second semi-final of the men's single sculls. It looks like it is all the action in lane 5 and 6 between Bulgaria and Slovenia.
Druga polufinalna trka u klasi muški skif, gde ćemo dobiti drugu najbolju trojku za sutrašnje finale A. Tu će se naći Nemac Oliver Zeidler, Tweller iz Holandije i Dixon iz Velike Britanije, kako stvari stoje. Lider od samog starta jeste Filip Mataj Pfeiffer iz Slovenije. Prati ga Vasilev Kristijan iz Bugarske, a na trećoj poziciji nalazi se sada Thomas Graham iz Velike Britanije. Četvrtu poziciju drži Danac Sebastian Seher koji je dobro startovao i držao je treće mesto, međutim možda će uspeti da nadoknadi zaostatak i da se probije u prve 3 pozicije. Peto mesto za sada za Poljaka Mateuša Biskupa, a posljednja pozicija za Španca Jofre Sensialesa.
So Slovenia and Bulgaria battling it out here in lanes 5 and 6 for the qualifying spots into the men's single sculls final. The most impressive last 500 is from Thomas of Great Britain in lane 3. He's now moved up into to challenge for second place as well. So that looks where the action is. It's Thomas Green now pushing the crews from Bulgaria and Slovenia.
Yeah, it's looking good for the sculler from Great Britain. He's moved into the lead, but it's just a bauble in front of Pfeiffer from Slovenia, with Vasile from Bulgaria just in third position. Behind them on the far side we see Denmark, and I think that is the Polish sculler Biskup in fourth and fifth, with the Spanish sculler dropping off the pack. But it's a great race between the 3 crews who are evenly matched as they moved past us at the 1500.
Drugo polufinale muškog skifa. Već smo vidjeli da su u finalu Zeidler, Tweller i Dixon. U ovom trenutku na vodećim pozicijama nalaze se Britanac Graham Thomas, zatim Filip Matej Pfeiffer iz Slovenije i Kristijan Vasilev iz Bugarske. Preti Danac, ali za sada ova trojica se nalaze na pozicijama koje vode u finale.
So coming towards the finish now, who's going to join Zeidler, Tweller and Dixon in the A final? I think Graham Thomas is looking good for one of those places, and on the closest to us, very good challenge as well, coming from Vasilev and Pfeiffer from Bulgaria and Slovenia. But I'm a bit surprised, Camilla, not to see Mateusz Biskup in the mix for a place in the A final.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Biskup out of that very well-performing Polish double from last season, now in the single scull. And again, he doesn't seem to have any urgency about him into these red boys, much like the scullers at the head of this field. And Great Britain looking to secure their second sculler into the A final here in Graham Thomas, who's moved through the field. And I think keeping a watchful eye over his right-hand shoulder will do just enough to stay ahead of Kristijan Vasilev of Bulgaria. It's then going to be the Slovenian who had a sensational first half of the race, Pfeiffer. Denmark missing out there, Bastian Stecker into fourth place. And I'm not sure what's going on with Mateusz Biskup. As I say, no urgency whatsoever to get towards the finish line here. We'll bring you any news of that come tomorrow's finals. And then the final scullers know their fate in the B final. So Spain's Jofre Sensialesa will come towards the line. The next race on the course will be the first repechage of the lightweight women's double sculls. 2 crews in this race have received yellow cards for traffic violations. That's lane 1, Switzerland, and lane 4, the Czech Republic.
Na redu je ženski dubl za lake veslačice, repesaž 1. Na stazi će biti Švajcarska, koja je dobila žuti karton zbog greške na startu, Nahtirol, zatim Dankinje, Poljakinje 1, Češka i Kina 3. Češka je također dobila žuti karton.
Well, they're already through 600 meters gone, and the full lineup for this repechage: Switzerland in 1, Denmark in 2, Poland 1 in 3, Czech Republic in 4, and China 3 in 5. And we're seeking 2 crews to progress through to the A final.
2 posade idu u veliko finale, trenutno u vođstvu Poljska 1 koja se nalazi u trećoj stazi. Na drugoj poziciji u ovom trenutku Danska, odmah iza Švajcarska.
Well, it's been a fantastic start for the Polish combination. Jasinska and Velna are flying at the moment, leaving the rest of the field behind them to fend for that second place through to the A final. But all the action happening with Richie and Angelica at the 1,000.
It is that Polish crew in lane number 3, centre of the course, leading it out here, and taking with them, it's the crew from Switzerland in lane 1, staying in touch as well. And then I think all the action is going to be for that second qualifying spot. The Polish crew rowing very well here, nice high rate, and they're putting another push on as they approach us here at the 1,000-metre mark, and they're looking to open up that clear water lead ahead of the other scullers to secure that first qualifying spot. So nice rowing here from the Polish crew, and the two crews from Switzerland and Denmark in lanes number 1 and 2 pushing each other on, and that's where I think the battle is going to be for that second qualifying spot. The crew from the Czech Republic a little bit further back but off the pace here, so looking strong. It's the Polish crew going through 1,000, and the real battle is going to be between Switzerland and Denmark for that second qualifying spot.
Daleko je odmakla prva repesažna trka u klasi dubl za lake veslačice, a daleko su i odmakle Poljakinje koje su liderke od samog starta, Jasinska i Velna. Pratile su ih odlično Dankinje u sastavu Morč Pedersen i Persson, međutim izgubile su svoju drugu poziciju i sada su na trećoj u odnosu na devojke iz Švajcarske Nacht i Roll. Dakle, poredak za sada je takav, liderke Poljakinje, na drugoj poziciji Švajcarkinje, a potom Dankinje treće. Czech Republic, odnosno Čehinje su četvrte, a devojke iz Kine 3 i njihov dubl u ovoj kategoriji poslednje za sada.
So it's still Denmark and Switzerland battling it out for the second qualifying spot, but Tim, that Polish crew centre of the course, they're really laying a marker down in this race.
Yeah, you're right, Richie. They look very good and in control of this race from the first couple of strokes, I reckon, because they were second in their heat yesterday, and they were, they're on a different level here in the first wrap. They're way out in front, and they try to keep themselves out of the fight for second and third between Switzerland and Denmark. And I think, if my eyes are not deceiving me, I think that the crew from Switzerland are currently in second position. They have used this third 500 to move away. We have slight headwind conditions actually at this moment, and you can really see that the power of that Swiss crew with Eline Roll in the stroke seat, she is really motoring along with her partner Olivia Nacht. They have taken about almost a length out of the crew from Denmark, but coming to the front of the field as well is the Czech Republic. And the Czech Republic is now actually putting pressure on the crew from Switzerland. Poland still way out in front, but a great race developing between Switzerland, Denmark and the Czech Republic.
U toku je, ili ajmo reći završnica je prvog repasaža u dublu za lake veslačice. Prve dve posade idu u finale. Poljska je ubedljivo prva i svakako će Poljakinje biti deo finala, a u borbi za drugo mesto koje vodi takođe u završnicu ovoga takmičenja nalazi se Švajcarska, Danska i Češka postava.
So Poland still in the lead, comfortably ahead of Switzerland and the Czech Republic. I think Denmark is dropping back slightly, but so Switzerland still in second position, and that's the only position still undecided, I think, for a spot in the A final with Poland leading this field. But Camilla, I leave it to you to call it down all the way to the line.
Yeah, it would be my pleasure, Tim. There's so much up-and-coming talent in the new Olympiad, and I absolutely love that about the first World Cup of the season. In both of these leading crews, we've got under-23 talents. So for Poland in the stroke seat, we've got Zuzana Jasinska, the bronze medalist from the under-23 Worlds, now stepping up to senior level. And the same for the Swiss crew. So the 22-year-old still under-23 eligible, and they've timed this race to perfection, it seems. But it's going to come down to the wire here because the Czech Republic are charging hard.
Prvo mesto za Poljsku ubedljivo, drugo mesto trenutno drži Švajcarska koja ima veliku podršku, međutim Češka napada, da vidimo ko će na kraju, Češka druga.
Well, Poland through the line, and I absolutely spoke too soon about Switzerland's timing because the Czech Republic will take that second and last spot through to the A final. It will be disappointment for Switzerland and Denmark there, but untouchable, that Polish combination of Jasinska and Wellner. So we're looking for two more crews to progress through to the A final in this lightweight women's double scull event. And so we've got a second repechage to come down the course. In lane 1, Spain. In lane 2, Greece. In lane 3, China 2. In lane 4, Poland 2. And in lane 5, Austria.
Repesaž broj 2 za ženske dublove za lake veslačice. Španija u prvoj stazi, u drugoj Grčka, u trećoj Kina 2, u četvrtoj Poljska 2 i u petoj Austrija.
Well, it's about a length lead at the moment for Anastasiadou and Kontu of Greece. They seem to have gotten the better of what looks like a blanket of crews that are all vying for that second spot through to the A final. And to pick those apart, it's Richie and Angelica.
So they're coming towards us here at the 1,000-meter mark. It is the Greece crew off to a flyer of a start, and they're dominating this race here. Very young crew. The stroke, Dimitri Eleni Kontu, just 17 years of age, and she is leading out the charge here for the Greek crew, and they've already opened up a clear water lead. So they are making a real push here for the first qualifying spot into the A final of the lightweight women's double scull. They have put the challenge down now to the remaining crews to see who can try stay in touch with them and who is going to take that second qualifying spot into the final. Very little between 4 crews right behind them there. It is the Spanish crew in lane number 1, China, lane 3, Poland, lane 4, and Austria nearest to the enclosure in lane 5. The Austrian crew at the moment just putting on a charge to move into second place ahead of the Chinese crew. So they're the 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. It's Greece leading it out, but a nice push here from the crew from Poland to come back and challenge the Greek double, and they have now just moved into half a length. They're pushing back all the time on the crew from Greece. So it's Greece leading just half a length from Poland, and if anything, I think this Polish crew are looking to pull through and take the lead here, and they're bringing that Chinese crew with them. So very exciting going through 1,000 meters for those 2 qualifying spots.
Evo i druge repesažne trke u klasi dubl za lake veslačice. Da vidimo koje su to 2 dubla koje ćemo gledati sutra u finalu, a pored Poljske i Češke. Liderke od starta su Grkinje Kontu i Anastasiadou, a prate ih u stopu devojke iz tima Poljska 2. Na trećoj poziciji Kina 2, a potom 4. mesto drže Austrijanke i poslednje na 5. su Španjolke.
So I think yesterday a lot of the races were sewn up by the time we got to the 1,000-meter mark, but the tale of racing today is it's all about this middle 1,000 meters from 500 to 1,500. Tim, how are things looking down there at the 1,500-meter mark?
Very close, Richie, between the leading crew from Greece with China still in the mix. I think the Polish crew are really, second Polish crew are very impressive as they come towards me here at the 1,500-meter mark. They're campus behind the leading crew from Greece. who are looking very nice and dynamic. I think the Greek crew are up at 35 strokes a minute, and the Polish crew actually underrating the Greek crew with 31, 32 strokes a minute. That's the 1-2 as they come towards me here with a very tight field behind them, with Spain, China and Austria all vying for that third, fourth and fifth position. But out there it's a very nice move there from the Polish double as they move into second position. I think they're going to get the lead any moment now, because the Greeks are not really responding to the charge from Poland.
Približava se i kraj druge reprezentativne trke u dublu za lake veslačice, nakon što smo malo pre videli da su Poljska i Češka izborile plasman u A finale. Vrlo blizu istog učinka su i Grkinje i druga poljska postava. Preostale posade nemaju mogućnost, barem ne u ovom trenutku, da ugroze vodeće, tako da će najvjerojatnije još jedna poljska i grčka posada biti u finalu.
So Greece still in front, but it's less than a canvas at this stage of the race, with the Polish crew really impressive here in the last 500 meters. I think they're going to get the win here ahead of Greece, and going with them is the crew from Austria, but they're way back, so I don't think Austria is going to make it into the A final. So Greece looking good, and Poland as well, but who's going to take the win? Currently still Greece in the lead, but things might change when they come to you, Camilla.
Yeah, the Greek pairing responded really well to this push from Poland. I think you were right, though. Poland just starting to move through now into the red boys.
Odlična trka za Anastasijadu i Kontu, od početka do kraja su vodile, a u finalu će im se pridružiti druga poljska selekcija Sobočinska-Kalinovska.
Well, a little bit of chicken going on here between these two crews. Both will qualify, but it's just a case of who can conserve the most energy while still trying to get the win. And I think Greece will come out on top here actually by quite a sizable half a length over Poland, who will finish in second. Very close for third between Spain and Austria. I think Spain just edging it there, with China completing the field. Next up, we've got the lightweight men's double sculls. They'll be contesting across two AB semi-finals, the first of which is on the course now. In lane 1, Denmark. In lane 2, Poland. In lane 3, Ukraine. In lane 4, the Czech Republic. In lane 5, Chile. And in lane 6, Austria 2.
Na redu je trka broj 86, prvo polufinale muških dublova za lake veslače. Danska, Poljska, Ukrajina, Češka, Čile i Austrija 2.
Well, a familiar pairing leading the field here from the centre lane. Miroslav Vastril and Jiří Simonek are absolutely flying here through 800 metres, and they'll be coming past Richie in just a second.
It was the Austrian crew in lane 6 who led off the start, but they have moved back now, and as you said, it is the Czech Republic crew in lane number 4 leading it out. They're not having it all their own way though. It is the crew from Poland and Ukraine pushing them on, and Denmark staying in touch as well in lane 1. Just coming up level with us here, and the Czech Republic crew just putting another push on. They look fantastic, nice long rhythm, a little bit lower rate compared to the crews beside them, so they look like they're in control. And just as I say that, they're putting a push on now to open up the half-length lead. They're now opening up a 1-length lead over the crew from Ukraine in second place, ahead of the crew from Poland. They're the 1, 2 and 3 coming through the 1,000 meter mark, with 3 crews to qualify in the first semi-final of the lightweight men's double sculls.
Evo nas i u klasi dubl za lake veslače. Ovo je polufinalna trka i najbolja 3 tima će se naći sutra u finalu A, zapravo takmičenju koje će im pružiti šansu da uzmu neku od medalja. 6 dublova i 6 država pred nama. Startovali su odlično Austrija 2, sastav Holmstein i Kabas, međutim izgubili su lidersku poziciju sada na 1000 metara od Ukrajinaca Kmara i Kovalova. Na 3. poziciji sada se drže Poljaci Kovalski i Mikolečevski, a potom slede po rasporedu Austrija 2 na 4., Poljaci 3., 5. Danci i posljednji su Čileanci koji su od starta imali žuti karton, pa su možda nešto i time frustrirani.
So the Czech Republic just changed gear again there in the last 200 or 300 meters to open up a commanding lead here, and it's all down then to Ukraine and Poland in second and third at the moment, Tim.
Crew look very good coming into the last 500 meters. Actually, they're really making a move. I think they are already past the crew from the Ukraine, or well, not exactly there, but it's very close between second and third placed crew, with the experienced double from the Czech Republic leading the field. I think the Ukraine still has contact with the stern end of the Czech boat, but it's almost breaking clear water, with Poland relatively safely in third position, but a very high rate of striking coming off the crew from Chile, who are motoring along at 37 strokes a minute actually. So they're really already moving into the higher rhythms, which we like to see here in the lightweight men's double. But yeah, the Czech Republic leading, I think, relatively comfortable at this stage. They know what they can do in this double, with the Ukraine following them and Poland in third.
Prvo polufinale u dublu za lake veslače u ovom trenutku prolazi u dominaciji ekipe iz Češke. Česi vode ispred Ukrajinaca i Poljaka, barem na 300 metara pre završetka, i prete Čileanci, ali vrlo verovatno će se ove 3 posade, Češka, Ukrajina i Poljska, naći u finalu.
So a late charge coming from Chile in lane number 5, but will it be enough to overhaul the Polish double, Camilla?
It's going to be a tough ask, isn't it? Top 3 spots through to the A final, and dominating this from start to finish. Vrashil and Simonek are just continuing to lead. I think the Ukrainian pairing of Kovalov and Kamara are just happy to be in second place at the moment. They're tapping the rating along, with the Polish crew tucked in behind them from lane number 2. These 3 crews now, they've broken clear water over the Chilean double, and it will be those 3 that progress through to the A final.
3 posade su prošle u finale, to su Češka, Ukrajina i Poljska.
So with the conclusion of that first semi-final of the lightweight men's double sculls, we'll move now on to the second semi-final. In this, Austria won in lane 1, India won in lane 2, Switzerland in 3, Belgium in 4, Spain in 5 and Uzbekistan in 6.
Na vodi ćemo vidjeti drugo polufinale muškog dubla za lake veslače. U prvoj stazi Austrija 1, u drugoj Indija 1, Švajcarska u trećoj, Belgija u četvrtoj, Španija u petoj i Uzbekistan u šestoj stazi.
Out into the front of this field go the Spanish duo, the pairing stroked by Catania Horta-Pombo, up at 38 strokes a minute. As Tim keeps mentioning, it is really fast and furious in these lightweight events, but the lead not secure for them yet, as the Swiss double just wanting to get a taste of victory. Rafael Armada Ireland and Jan Schäuble currently vying for the lead alongside them.
3 selekcije idu u finale na nekih 700 metara. Na prvoj poziciji je selekcija Švajcarske, sledi Španija, a na trećem mestu u ovom trenutku je Belgija.
Well, there are 3 places up for grabs once again, and we're going to have to hear from our commentators on the course how that third and final spot is looking at the moment.
So the Spanish crew were fastest off the start, as you said there, Camilla, lightning fast and still rating quite high coming down the course towards the 1,000 metre mark. The Swiss crew challenging them now, and there's actually the Swiss crew who have moved into a nice steady rhythm and are leading this second semi-final of the lightweight men's double sculls as they approach the 1,000 metre mark. So Switzerland, lane 3, centre of the course. Then in lane 5, Spain, holding on. They had a great start, as I said, and they are holding on to second and just putting on a push here now. Taking them with them in lane 4 in Belgium. They're staying in touch, and in lane 2 it's the Indian double as well. Lane 1 it's the Austrian double who are just about a length and a half off of the leaders. So going through 1,000 metres, there's 4 crews in it here with 3 crews to qualify for the final. Switzerland in control, Spain pushing with that high rate, and then it's all to play for Belgium and Austria for the third qualifying spot.
Evo nas i kod druge polufinalne trke za dubl i lake veslače, muška kategorija, dinamična, i prva 3 i najbolja tima će ući u finale A, gde ih čekaju Česi, Ukrajinci i Poljaci koje smo gledali u prethodnoj trci. Preokret se desi ovde na 1000 metara. Lideri u ovoj trci Španci su bili odlični, držali tempo, međutim dopustili su da ih švajcarski tandem Schäuble i Ahumada Ireland preteknu i preuzmu tu lidersku poziciju, tako da su sada Španci drugi. Na trećoj poziciji konstantno su belgijski dubl i potom četvrti Austrijanci, peti su Uzbekistanci, a poslednji se drže momci iz Indije 1.
So still the Swiss crew pushing on here, centre of the course. Again, that 750 metres has really paid off for them. They've pushed on now to an open water lead, and really it's all to play for those other qualifying spots, Spain, Belgium and Austria.
Yeah, Spain looking good, as well as are the Belgian double, sandwiched in between that young crew from Switzerland who have broken to clear water over the Spanish and Belgium. But on the far side, we still have a very quick crew from, I think that's Austria, on the far side of the lake. They look really dynamic too, but it's very difficult to call which crew is in third position between Belgium and the crew from Austria, but well out in front is Switzerland, looking good, and Spain also trucking along very nicely. So the fight for a place in the A final will be between Belgium and Austria.
Već imamo u finalu muškog dubla za lake veslače. Imamo Čehije, Ukrajince i Poljake, pridružit će im se sigurno Švajcarci i Španci. Vidjet ćemo u borbi za treće mesto u ovom polufinalu. Trenutno se nalazi Austrija 1 i Belgija, te dve posade, i vidjet ćemo kome će pripasti treća pozicija.
So the difference between Austria and Belgium is getting smaller and smaller as we approach the finish line. Just a couple of meters separating those two crews, and it's going to be crucial to nail the sprint to the line to get into the A final. So Camilla, I'll hand over to you to call it all the way down to the finish.
Yeah, indeed. The sprint is what we love, and that's what these lightweights are geared up for, prepared for it to be extremely close. But I think the Swiss have done enough to book their place in the A final. It's just what goes on behind them. Spain still up there in second position, but Belgium motoring through. I would expect nothing less of Niels van Zandwegen in the stroke seat, a very experienced athlete that pulls his Baumann through into third place.
Od početka su se odvojile 3 selekcije, svakako Švajcarska, sledi na drugom mjestu Španija, treće Belgija.
So it's Switzerland followed by Spain and Belgium for those top 3 spots through to the A final. A valiant effort from the Austrian crew over in lane number 1. It's then going to be India and the crew from Uzbekistan that complete their race now. The repechage for the men's quadruple sculls now underway. We are looking for 2 crews to progress through to the A final from this race. The remaining crews to progress through to the B final. In lane 1, India. In lane 2, the Czech Republic. In lane 3, Switzerland. In lane 4, Poland. In lane 5, Great Britain. And in lane 6, Belgium.
Na redu je repesaž za muške četverce Skull. Na stazi su Indija, Češka, Švajcarska, Poljska, Velika Britanija i Belgija. 2 ekipe idu u veliko finale, ostale ekipe idu u finale B.
Well, a couple of survivors in this Polish quad from their senior quad last season, but a couple of newcomers on board from the under-23 setup and proving to be quite successful as they lead this repechage down the field. Closest to them at the moment in that second qualifying spot, well, that is the Czech Republic crew, but by only a canvas ahead of Switzerland, who are chasing hard.
Najbolje je krenuo četverac Poljskoj koji vesla 39 zavesla u minuti. Na drugom mestu iza njih su Česi, pa onda slede Belgijanci.
So Poland not quite being able to snap that elastic band out at the front of the field here, Richie.
No, they did their best to get out on a quick start, but they've taken the Czech crew with them, and they're very much staying in touch here. They are the 1 and 2 with two crews to qualify, as I said, Camilla, to advance into the final of the men's quadruple sculls. So this is going to be a very exciting finish. They're coming up to a level here on the 1,000 meters, and again, 3 crews really battling it out, and it is the crew from Poland at the moment, leading it out from Switzerland now, putting on a push to move into challenge the crew in the Czech Republic in lane 2. So it's Poland, probably just a half a length lead ahead of the Czech Republic, and then the Swiss crew, they're the 1, 2 and 3. But a nice move here from the Belgian crew in lane 6, coming through 1,000 meters. They're coming up now to challenge for 3rd place. So very exciting prospect of the race here in the second half of the men's quadruple sculls.
Elitna trka na svetskom kupu u Beogradu i Srbiji jeste muški četverac skull i ovo je repesažna trka pred nama gde će dva najbolja sastava biti viđena u finalu A, a ostali idu u finale B. Od starta Poljaci odlično veslaju sa svojim štrokerom Piotrom Plominskim, dao je dobar tempo i idu ispred Čeha koji su sada na drugoj poziciji, treći su Švajcarci. Kako poredak za sada izgleda, na četvrtoj poziciji ostaju Belgijanci, peti Britanci, a poslednji su momci iz Indije koji veslaju u prvoj traci.
So Poland leading it here in lane 4, centre of the course. Two crews to qualify, Tim. I reckon it's a real battle for that second qualifying spot, and I'm going to put my money on Belgium in lane 6 based on the last few hundred metres of this race.
Yeah, the Belgians look very good, but they have a lot of work to do to catch that very fast Polish crew. And I think also looking very good is the crew from the Czech Republic, and they're looking very very well together. Actually, it's a nice cohesion from that crew. I think the Polish crew look a bit, well, in terms of blade work, not perfect, but they are in the lead, so I'm not going to argue too much. Second position is the Czech Republic currently, with the crew from Switzerland sandwiched right in between them, and the Belgian crew led by former lightweight rower Tim Bries. They are motoring, but not really making a big impact on the leading crews, but Poland still looking good, followed closely by the Czech Republic and Switzerland.
Prve dve posade repasaža muškog četverca skula će izboriti plasman u finale. U ovom trenutku na prvoj poziciji nalaze se Poljaci, a drugi su Česi. Blizu su njih Švajcarci, dalje Belgijanci. Vidjet ćemo da li uz Poljake dalje idu Česi.
So the Swiss making a big move with 300 meters still left to go to try and snatch second position from the Czech Republic. Poland still out in front, but it's very close coming towards the finish.
Yeah, Poland with a great lead here. I don't think anyone's catching them, but the Czech Republic just got a little bit chasey as they saw Switzerland were gaining, and to their detriment now, as Switzerland have come through them with a much stronger, longer sprint here coming into the final few strokes.
Vrlo izjednačena trka, trenutno je Poljska na prvom mestu, ali samo metar prednosti u odnosu na Švajcarsku. Sledi reprezentacija Češke.
It's still going to be Poland that take the win there in that quad sculls repechage for the men's quadruple sculls, and that second place meant absolutely everything to that Swiss crew. They knew how important it was to come through the Czech Republic, who will face the B final in this event. The remainder of the crews trickling through the line now, concluded by India, will face the B final. The first of our finals now on the course. This is the B final of the lightweight women's single sculls.
Na redu je finale B i to prvo skif za lake veslačice.
In lane 1 for Egypt, Salman Abdelrahman. In lane 2 for Hungary, Feravari Ester. In lane 3 for Croatia, Dora Dragicevic. In lane 4 for Egypt, Huda Fahmi Mansour.
U stazi broj 1 Egipat 1 Salma Abdelrahman. U stazi broj 2 Mađarska Ester Fehervari. U stazi broj 3 Hrvatska Dora Dragicevic. I u stazi broj 4 Huda Fahmi Mansour iz Egipta 2.
So this B final rocketing towards 250 metres now to determine places 7 through 10 in this lightweight women's single sculls event. And it was a great start for Egypt. Salma Abdelrahman in lane number 1 alongside her Egyptian counterpart Huda Fahmi Mansour, both really nice starts from them, but the emerging leader as it stands is the Hungarian sculler Feravari Ester.
Ovo je borba za pozicije od 7 do 10. Trenutno na stazi najbolje stoji Mađarica Fehervari. Sve 4 devojke su prilično izjednačene, a baš izjednačene Dora Dragicevic i Huda Fahmi Mansour. Zaostaje na 4. poziciji Salma Abdelrahman.
Lovely long strokes here from the Hungarian. Just 20 years of age, 19 years of age here. Feravari Ester currently leading by a length through the 500-metre marker ahead of Dora Dragicevic of Croatia. These two athletes, both with very similar styles, very upright, long and strong. 30 strokes a minute for the Croatian, just a few pips lower than Feravari, who's up at 33. It's still all to play for here in the single sculls, just a length separating these two leaders, and then again another lengthening turn back to the two Egyptian scullers. But able to bring us all the action from the course, it's Brian and Angelica.
So all to play for here up at the 1,000-metre mark for the final B of the lightweight women's single sculls for positions 7 to 10. Off the start, it was the two Egyptian scullers who got the better start, but now that we've moved into about 750, 800, it's centre of the course, Hungary versus Croatia. They're the two scullers, and it is the Hungarian sculler that 19-year-old, as you said, Camilla Ester Fehervari is leading it out here in lane number 2. She's now moving into a clear water lead ahead of the Croatian sculler Dora Dragicevic in lane number 3. So they are holding off the challenge of the two Egyptian scullers in this final B of the lightweight women's single scull. Nice rowing, as you said, very similar styles from the Hungarian and the Croatian as they approach the 1,000-metre mark here. In control, it looks like Ester Fehervari from Hungary. She's got a very nice centre of the race course. Rhythm going now. She's just moving more than clear water ahead of the Croatian sculler in second place as they approach 1,000 meters.
Svetski kup za veslače i veslačice u Beogradu i Srbiji. Uskoro i završavamo ovo prepodne sa klasom skif za lake veslačice i ovo je finale B. 4 takmičarke i veslačice pred nama. Od starta dominira Mađarica Ester Fehervari i ona vozi svoju trku, ali prati je zato iza nje Hrvatica Dora Dragicevic i na drugoj poziciji, dok je treća Salma Abdelrahman iz Egipta kao i posljednja Huda Fahmi Mansur na posljednjoj 4. poziciji. Dakle, ovo su devojke koje se takmiče za 7., 8., 9. i 10. mesto, dok će u finalu A biti najboljih 6.
So about 800 meters to go here in the final B of the lightweight women's single sculls to decide the positions 7 to 10 in this category. And very impressive rowing from the Hungarian sculler in lane number 2, just 19 years of age. She is acquitting herself nicely here at the senior racing, and it looks like hers for the win here. Tim.
Like it's flawless all the way from the start. She's relaxed, 33 strokes a minute, nice long strokes, flowing rhythm. It all looks very nice here for the for Verivari Esther from Hungary. She's leading the Croatian competitor right to her right by a little over a length. Maybe perhaps even some clear water as well. And the two scullers from Egypt, Abdelrahman and Mansour, on the outside lanes are trying to keep in touch. I think the sculler on the far side, Abdelrahman, the 24-year-old, is in 3rd position at this stage of the race. But out in front, it's still Ferivari from Hungary, and she's so flowy. It's very consistent. You can see she's really attacking every single stroke, and she has a comfortable margin over Croatia in 2nd position.
Na 500 metara do završetka B finala skifa za lake veslačice na prvoj poziciji nalazi se Ester Fehervari iz Mađarske. Upravo sada na 500 metru su vodeće takmičarke, druga je Dora Dragičević iz Hrvatske, a na 3. i 4. mestu nalaze se devojke iz Egipta. Dakle, u pitanju je borba za plasman od 7. do 10. mesta, a nešto kasnije vidjet ćemo i finale.
Ferivari Esther from Hungary still in the lead, and her lead is very consistent too, back to Dragicevic from Croatia. She is 10 meters behind the sculler from Hungary, and that's about a boat length advantage ahead. There's a very nice inter-squad rivalry as well from the two Egyptian scullers. Currently, Abdelrahman is having the better of the argument over Mansour, who is racing closest to us in lane 4. But out in front, it's Hungary and Croatia moving towards the finish line, and very consistent. And I think, or at least I hope so, that the Croatian sculler is going to raise their game and try and get that 7th position here in the B final of the lightweight women's single.
Yeah, it's been so consistent, which is very rare to see in the small boat races. This lead barely growing nor shrinking here for Ferivari Esther from Hungary, and the Croatian Dora Dragicevic, who sits behind her, has just been, again, like a metronome there, rating 33 the entirety of this 2,000-meter course. And I think the positions will remain much the same from the first 500 meters to the last.
Od početka do kraja dominacija Mađarice Ester Fehervari, koja će zauzeti 7. mesto na svetskom kupu u Beogradu. 8. će biti Dora Dragičević. Za 9. mesto bore se dve Egipćanke, Abdelrahman i Mohamed, trenutno u boljoj poziciji. Mohamed, to jest Huda Fahmi Mansur.
Last few strokes here for Ferivari Esther of Hungary, who will take the win in this B final, obtaining 7th overall in the lightweight women's single sculls category. She'll be followed by Dragicevic of Croatia, who will cross the line in 2nd, ahead of Salma Abdelrahman of Egypt, followed by her teammate Huda Fahmi Mansour, also of Egypt. Well, we're already through 800 metres now. This the B final of the lightweight men's single sculls. In lane 1, Egypt. In lane 2, Turkey. In lane 3, Hungary. In lane 4, Uruguay 1. And in lane 5, Algeria.
B finale skifa za lake veslače. Na stazi su Egipćanin Kota, Turčin Jeni Pazarli, Mađar Tamaš, Urugvajac Setraro i Alžirac Budina.
Well, it certainly looks like a tight one here, coming through 1,000, but Budina of Algeria currently in the lead, Richie.
There's going to be a cracking race here to find out who is in position 6 to 11 in the lightweight men's single scull. Just half a length separating 4 crews. The Egyptian sculler in lane 1, a little bit off the pace here. So there's Turkey, Hungary, Uruguay and Algeria. They're the 4 crews battling it out here. Just as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, it was the Algerian sculler, Sidali Budina, who had put on a nice push and move into the lead just ahead of Uruguay, Hungary and Turkey. But honestly, there's just about a length separating those 4 crews through 1,000 meters.
B finale u klasi skif za lake veslače donosi 5 takmičara i veslača koji su spremni i evo privodimo kraju sa ovim trkama današnji dan u Beogradu. Od starta dobro se pokazao Bruno Cetraro Beriolo iz Urugvaja koji je bio lider, međutim lidersku poziciju je nakon 1000 metara prepustio Alžircu Budini. Sada se na 3. poziciji za njih nalazi Enes Jeni Pazarli, potom 4. Mađar Tamaš Bence i posljednji je Kota iz Egipta.
So coming into view for you now, Tim, it's all going to be the action in lane number 4 and lane number 5 between Uruguay and Algeria.
Algeria in the lead, but only just it's a couple of meters ahead of the sculler from Uruguay right beside him. So that's a great battle developing right there with Tamaš Bench from Hungary in 3rd at this stage of the race. And further back we can see the scullers from Turkey and Egypt with the Egyptian sculler Mohamed Kota following the leading 4 at about a length and a half. But it's a wonderful little duel between the 2 lightweight men's single scullers from Uruguay and Algeria. They're looking smooth and calm and relaxed as they move into the last 500 meters with the sculler from Uruguay overrating the sculler from Algeria by several strokes a minute.
Preostalo još oko 400 metara do završetka B finala skifa za lake veslače. U ovom trenutku na poziciji broj 1 nalazi se Sidali Budina iz Alžira, dok je drugi Uruguajac Bruno Cetraro Beriolo, a preostali momci u ovom trenutku nemaju mogućnost da se nađu u borbu, da dođu do opšte borbe za plasman na prvo ili drugo mesto.
So with a little over 350 meters still left to go, it's a great tussle between Uruguay and Algeria for the win here in the B final, with Hungary, Turkey and Egypt following closely, but those 2 crews out in front for the win here in the B final.
Yeah, the Uruguayan choosing to go early to try and hold on to that lead, but he's not left enough space to absolutely guarantee it ahead of Budina of Algeria. These 2 are very accomplished athletes, and certainly Budina, I'm sure, will mount his sprint in the closing stages. Only a length separating them at the front of the field here in this B final of the lightweight men's single sculls.
Oštro vesla Bruno Cetraro Beriolo, 40 zavesla u minuti i kako stvari stoje, on će osvojiti 7. mesto ovde na svetskom kupu. Drugi u ovoj grupi biće Alžirac Budina.
Bruno Cetraro Beriolo of Uruguay will cross the line with clear water. Sid Ali Budina of Algeria not quite able to close the gap there. He will finish in 2nd place ahead of Hungary's Tamaš Bence and Turkey's Enes Yeni Pazarli in lane number 2 will finish ahead of Egypt's Mohamed Kota. We're underway with the first A final of the first World Cup. This, the PR2 Women's Single Sculls.
Prvo finale Svetskog kupa u Beogradu je za ženski skip za para veslačice.
In lane 1 for Great Britain, Lauren Rolls.
U stazi broj 1 za Veliku Britaniju vesla Lauren Rolls.
And in lane 2 for Australia, Catherine Ross.
U stazi 2 Ross Catherine iz Australije.
We're already well through the first quarter of this race, and these two rivals that come up against each other time and time again, now taking each other on head-to-head in the single sculls. And it's Lauren Rolls currently trying to replicate her result from the Gavarate International Regatta here, leading the way ahead of Australia's Catherine Ross.
Prvog dana takmičenja ovo je bila test trka. Nije učestvovala Catherine Ross, odlučila je da propusti, da se pojavi samo u finalu. U ovom trenutku Lauren Rolls ima prednost od nekih 10 metara.
The PR2 women's single category, of course, not yet a para-rowing category at the Paralympics, but will be contested here at this first World Cup. Both of these athletes, Catherine and Lauren, competed at the Tokyo Paralympic Games last year with their mixed doubles partners, with Lauren Rolls coming away with a Paralympic gold medal. She is a Paralympic champion twice over and certainly demonstrating her class out here on the water.
Lauren Rolls je 2 puta paralimpijska šampionka na olimpijskim igrama. I ovde je blagi favorit i sada već ima prednost od nekih 12-13 metara, 30 zaveslaja u minuti, a Catherine Ross vesla 35 zaveslaja, međutim zaostaje za dužinu broda, čamca.
Both of these scullers settling into different rhythms here. Lauren Rolls of Great Britain at 31 strokes a minute. Catherine Ross opting for the slightly higher rate of striking. She's up at 34. Both boats running at fairly similar speeds actually through this second quarter of the race. But to tell you more about how they're achieving that, we've got Richie and Angelica at the 1,000 metres.
So the first medals of this regatta, World Cup 1 regatta, are on offer today now in the PR2 women's single sculls. Two boats contesting here for the gold medal. Great Britain, Lauren Rolls, as you said, in lane 1, Catherine Ross in lane 2, representing Australia in the PR2 category. Lauren Rolls looking majestic here, it has to be said, as she is lengthening out her lead. It's more than clear water coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, coming into view for us here. They're just coming up level. Catherine Ross still pushing her all the time, as you said, Camilla, that higher rate from Catherine, trying to stay in touch now with Lauren Rolls of GB as they come level with us here at the 1,000 metre mark.
Evo nas još kod jedne veoma uzbudljive, ja bih rekla fantastične i uvek za mene lično dirljive trke kada imamo paraolimpijske takmičare. U klasi smo skif za para veslačice, ovo je njihovo finale i sigurno ćemo ih posle Beograda gledati i u svetskom kupu u Poljskoj, u Poznanju i u Lucernu u Švajcarskoj. Lauren Rolls iz Velike Britanije, ona vesla u prvoj stazi, šampionka koja od samog starta ovde dominira i vodi i ima jednu izvesnu prednost naspram Australijanke Catherine Ross, koja zapravo i drži najbolje svetsko vreme, koje je postigla 2019. godine u Lincu u Austriji. Za sada ona kasni neki 4 sekunde i 27 stotinki. Mislim da je to nenadoknadivo u ovom trenutku na 1000 metara. Po svemu sudeći, Britanka će biti ta koja će apsolutno do kraja ostati dominantna. Ali svakako ih pozdravljamo i čestitamo na učešću u Beogradu u svetskom kupu.
So these PR2 scullers using their arms and trunks, and they want to maximize everything they can out of the stroke, and that's exactly what Lauren Rolls is doing. Huge finish on the sculler from Great Britain, leading it out here as she has done from the first 200 metres in the first final of the weekend with Catherine Ross. Staying in touch, so Catherine has had a very solid last 500 metres, and the little bit of a clear water lead that Lauren had opened up is now being eaten into by Catherine, having a very solid middle of the course race here, but it does look like, Tim, it does look like Lauren Rolls for the win here for GB.
4-year-old double Paralympic champion Lauren Rolls, absolutely like a metronome. She's rating 31 strokes a minute for the entire course, and it's slightly difficult conditions because there is a little bit of a cross headwind at the moment, and Rolls is really powering through it. But Catherine Ross still in the mix. She is, as Camilla mentioned, she's rating slightly higher, 33 strokes a minute, and she's really the one with all the experience. She attended 4 Paralympic Games as an athlete and took a silver in Beijing in 2008. She's a 4-time world champion in different Paralympic events, so she has lots of medals already to her name. But at the moment, it's Lauren Rolls from Great Britain who is in the lead. Lauren Rolls actually studying law at Oxford Brookes and combining that with a career as an athlete here. Yeah, she's looking really good, almost at the 1500 meter mark, and you can see there's a slight difference in style between the two athletes. I think Catherine Ross slightly more more erect in her rowing, where Lauren Rolls really uses every little bit of motion she has in her back to really propel her boat forwards, and that's given her a healthy lead of a length of clear water between her and Catherine Rolls.
Bliži se kraj i prvog finala na svetskom kupu za veslače u Beogradu. U toku je trka ženskog skifa za para veslačice i Lauren Rolls iz Velike Britanije ima prednost dovoljno veliku da možemo reći da će do kraja to i zadržati. Na drugoj poziciji je Catherine Ross i za sada više od dužine čamca prednost za devojku iz Velike Britanije.
So Lauren Rolls actually extending her lead in the third 500 meters. Now they are equally matched for speed, but I think Lauren Rolls is trying to increase the rate of striking. She was at 29 strokes a minute when she passed our commentary position. She's back at 30 strokes now, and we can also see a bit of a change of gear coming from Catherine Ross from Australia. She's up to 34 strokes a minute as she comes towards you guys in the finish tower.
Yeah, certainly trying to close the gap between herself and Rolls, and actually Catherine Ross is the faster moving sculler here on the water. Lauren Rolls now just trying to match that. She's seen the challenge coming. She's seen Ross creeping back on her, and she wants to ensure that she keeps this very healthy margin that she's built up over the course of this race.
Uskoro ćemo dobiti prvu pobjednicu ovogodišnjeg svetskog kupa u Beogradu na Adi Ciganliji. Biće to, po svemu sudeći, Lauren Rolls iz Velike Britanije.
So Lauren Rolls looking here to add yet another medal to her tally, fresh off the back of a very successful regatta in Gavorrate, Italy, where she was victorious all weekend in the single scull. And here she is again looking to secure that in the first World Cup of the season. But Catherine Ross closing the gap with every single stroke here towards the line. It might even end with contact here between the two crews, but Great Britain has certainly done enough here to be victorious in our first A final of World Cup 1 here in Belgrade, Serbia. It's going to be Lauren Rolls of Great Britain for the gold medal in this category ahead of Catherine Ross of Australia. The next A final now lining up at the start. This is the final of the lightweight women's single sculls.
Sljedeće finale, drugo po redu, ženski skif za lake veslačice.
Representing Algeria in lane 1.
U stazi broj 1, predstavnica Alžira.
Nihed Benchadli. In lane 2 for the Netherlands.
U stazi broj 2, Holandija.
Martina Veldhuis. In lane 3 for the USA.
U stazi broj 3, Sjedinjene Američke Države.
Mary Jones. In lane 4 for Chile.
U stazi broj 4, Čile.
Isadora Niemeyer. In lane 5 for Spain.
U stazi broj 5, Španija.
Natalia Miguel Gomez. And in lane 6 for the Netherlands.
U stazi broj 6, Holandija 3.
Tosca Kettler. Last few tense moments here on the start line of this lightweight women's single sculls A final.
Uskoro počinje finale ženskog skifa za lake veslačice na Svetskom kupu u Beogradu.
And we're off. The second A final of the day here. This lightweight women's single sculls is underway. And what a fantastic start there for the Chilean sculler Niemeyer.
Krenulo je finale ženskog skifa. Vrlo dobro na početku počela je Čilenka.
High ratings across the board here, but especially by the Dutch scullers. They're up at 44 strokes a minute. Tosca Kettler from lane number 6 is really rocketing through this first 250 metres. As they start to come down onto pace, it's still the Chilean with the advantage at the moment. Isadora Niemeyer from the centre of the course, but she's being hotly pursued by the Spanish sculler Miguel Gomez.
Čilenka Isidora Niemeyer je odlično krenula, tu je vrlo blizu i Holanđanka u drugoj stazi Martine Veldhuis. Biće velika borba sa Španjolkom Miguelom Gomez Natalija.
These scullers will start to step down onto their racing rhythm. They can't get too caught up in all the fire and fury of an A final. Medals are on the line, and as we know, they're not won in the first 250 metres. But what a wonderful start here for Isadora Niemeyer, coached by Felipe Reckart. She's got half a length now as she moves towards the 500-metre timing marker, and every few centimetres counts here as an advantage over Natalia Miguel Gomez of Spain.
Odlično je krenula i održava tu svoju prednost, blagu prednost Isidora Niemeyer. Prati je Natalija Miguel Gomez, na trećem mjestu Martina Veldhuis.
Well, one to watch out for as well for the podium. Moving into bronze medal position, Mary Jones of the USA, the sole contender here from stateside at Belgrade. And she's starting to move up alongside the Spanish sculler, and certainly will be trying to pick off the contenders ahead of her to try and shuffle up into gold medal position. She lies in level silver medal position now with Spain, but still Chile in gold medal position.
Ne posustaje ni jedna devojka, velika je borba, sve su na nekih 10 metara razlike i dalje Čilenka u vođstvu. Na drugom mjestu sada izjednačene Amerikanka i Španjolka.
Well, the boat speed here certainly seems to be with the American. She is hunting down Niemeyer of Chile, and with every stroke gets closer and closer to the front of the field. But to tell us all about the story of this race, we've got Brian Richie Richardson and Angelika Milicevic at the 1,000-meter marker. What's going on in the centre part of this race, guys?
So they're about 200 metres out for us here at the 1,000 metre mark. Ideal rowing conditions. We had the difficult thunderstorms and rain earlier on in the day. It has cleared up nicely. There's a slight breeze that'll help the crews stay cool as they race down towards us here to the 1,000 metre mark. Our second medal on offer here in the final of the lightweight women's single sculls. Off to an explosive start, it was the Chilean sculler Isadora Niemeyer, who had a fantastic 250 metres. She took with her the Spanish sculler Miguel Gomez in lane number 5, and they were the 1 and 2. Coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, it is the sculler from the US who has moved in. Mary Jones, very experienced sculler, bronze medal winner in the 2017 World Championships, and also silver medalist in the 2018 in the double scull. She's in control here. She's at a fantastic 300 metres out from the 1,000 metre mark to open up a lead here ahead now of the sculler from Spain, Miguel Gomez, in second place. And then all to play for the bronze medal at the moment. Chile staying in touch, but Martine Veldhuis, again a gold medalist from 2020 European Championships, she is there just in the background and ready to make a pounce for that bronze medal as they go through 1,000 metres.
Upravo gledamo borbu za medalju. Finale za lake veslačice, skif klasa. Dakle, 6 skifiskinja pred nama i desilo se ovde dosta preokreta. Možemo reći da je odlično startovala Isidora Niemeyer iz Čilea, bila je prva i liderka sve do 1000 metara, dok izvesno Mary Jones iz Sjedinjenih Američkih Država nije pojačala svoj tempo i sa 3. pozicije uspela da postane lider. Na drugom mestu sada se drži devojka i takmičarka iz Španije, Natalija Miguel Gomez, a ostavile su na 3. mestu Isidoru Niemeyer iz Čilea, koja je, kažem, odlično startovala, a sada pala na 3. poziciju. Ostali poredak je Kettler Toska iz Holandije na 4. mestu, drži se 5. pozicije Holanđanka Martina Veldhuis i poslednje je Nihed Benchadli iz Alžira.
So all to play for here for 3 medals on offer in the lightweight women's single sculls. Mary Jones, she's a fantastically elegant sculler, Tim. You can see her centre of the course coming down. She's got a beautiful rhythm now into the second half of this race.
Impressive to see what Mary Jones is achieving here in the third 500. She's broken clear water. I think it's Martine Veldhuis from the Netherlands in silver medal position, but there's also the Chilean sculler and the Spanish scullers, and it's a great race here. It's wonderful to see Mary Jones out in front, and I think it is Miguel Gomez from Spain in the bronze medal position, with Niemeyer from Chile in 4th position at this stage of the race, and also very close to the bronze medal is Tosca Kettler from the Netherlands. She is still in contention for a medal, but out in front Mary Jones in a gold medal position, and it's very tight for the silver and the bronze between Martine Veldhuis and Natalia Miguel Gomez from Spain.
U finalu skifa za lake veslačice na 400 metara pre završetka ove trke u vodstvu, i to ubedljivo, se nalazi Mary Jones iz Sjedinjenih Američkih Država. Druga sada je Natalija Miguel Gomez, dok je na 3. poziciji devojka iz Holandije Martine Veldhuis. Vidjet ćemo kako će izgledati do kraja i kako će biti raspored medalja.
So the Chilean sculler Isadora Niemeyer is struggling to stay in contention for a medal. Mary Jones still in the gold medal position, but behind there is a great battle for the silver and bronze medals.
Yes, I think the medals look fairly determined here in the tower, but it's just which colour they're going to be for the latest scullers, because Martina Waldhaus has been creeping through the field. She's in silver medal position at the moment, ahead of Natalia Miguel Gomez. The fast starter, Isadora Niemeyer, out of picture, out of sight for now, and I think we'll end up off the podium here, but a really fast charging Miguel Gomez of Spain now challenging Martina Waldhaus for the silver.
Prvo mesto deluje odlučeno, Mary Jones ima prednost, Martina Waldhaus i Natalia Miguel Gomez bore se za drugu poziciju.
Well, it's going to be the lady from Huntsville, Alabama, Mary Jones of the USA, who comes home for the gold in this lightweight women's single scull at the first World Cup of the Olympiad. And she's going to have it with clear water, quite some margin. Not such a luxury here for Martina Waldhaus of the Netherlands, but she will get silver, and so close there. A real charge by Tosca Kettler of the Netherlands, but I don't think it was quite enough. If it was one stroke earlier, she might have just clinched the bronze, but I think Natalia Miguel Gomez of Spain holds on to the podium. The victory ceremony for the PR2 women's single sculls.
Ceremonija proglašenja u ženskom skifu za paraveslačice.
Winner of the gold medal, representing Great Britain.
Zlatnu medalju osvojila je predstavnica Velike Britanije.
Lauren Rolls. Let's hear it for our medalist.
Pozdravimo osvajačicu medalje.
Ready? Okay. The A final of the lightweight men's single sculls.
A finale muški skif za lake veslače.
In lane 1, representing Uruguay,
U stazi 1 predstavnik Urugvaja.
Felipe Kluver Ferreira. In lane 2, representing Spain,
U stazi 2 predstavnik Španije.
Daniel Gutierrez Garcia. In lane 3, for Slovenia,
U stazi 3 predstavnik Slovenije.
Rajko Havat. In lane 4, for Sweden,
U stazi 4 predstavnik Švedske.
Ahmet Rapi. In lane 5 for Belgium,
U stazi 5 predstavnik Belgije.
Thibaut Vivet. And in lane 6 for Poland,
I u stazi broj 6 Poljska.
Łukasz Sawicki. Like his glasses. Tense moments before the final of the second day of racing here at the first World Cup of the season.
Uskoro počinje treće finale na svetskom kupu za veslače i veslačice, muški skif za lake veslače.
And the race is underway at a rapid start there from Łukasz Sawicki of Poland. Here, some short, sharp half strokes, getting him up to 54 strokes a minute off the start.
Odličan početak trke, obećava vrlo zanimljiv završetak.
You can see all of the athletes there having to work quite hard to adjust the direction of the boat on the start line. A little bit of a crosswind, just pushing them towards the far side, towards lane number 1. But all of them off to a nice, clean start. And out at the front of the field currently, it's Gutierrez Garcia of Spain, and followed very closely by Poland and Uruguay.
Svi su poprilično izjednačeni, u vođstvu se smenjuju Poljak i Španac, tu je i Slovenac, a na trećem mestu u ovom trenutku Šveđanin.
So the last opportunity to get yourself onto the podium here on this second day in Belgrade, and making really good progress at the moment over in lane number 2. Daniel Gutierrez Garcia of Spain is just trying to heave himself through. He's the fastest moving sculler on the course at the moment with 400 meters gone, but it's requiring to stay up at rate 38. I'm sure he'll have to try and sustain that if he wants to stay ahead of some of these more experienced scullers. Rajko Havat takes a look over his shoulder, one of those experienced scullers that we're expecting to pull through this field. It would be a real surprise to see him off the podium.
I dalje u vođstvu Daniel Gutierrez Garcia, polako otpada Felipe Kluver Ferreira iz Urugvaja. Tu drže priključak svi preostali veslači. Poljak Sawicki je trenutno na drugoj poziciji.
Well, they're coming through 600 metres now, and interview of Richie and Angelica. Surely, Richie, this rate 36 is not sustainable here at the front of the field for Gutierrez Garcia.
I'm not sure about his heart rate, but I don't think mine is going to hold out much longer watching him here. He's racing it like it's a 500-metre sprint. Should try get an open lead here against the other scullers. Very experienced pack chasing him down into the 1,000-metre mark. He's still rating very high, looking to open up a clear water lead, but he is not being left on his own out there in first place in lane number 2. The pack are ganging up there behind him, less than a length and a half separating second, third, coming into view of the 1,000-metre mark. So very exciting finish here for our third medal race of the day. We saw previously in the women's lightweight race, Mary Jones of the USA taking her time coming through the 500 metres in control and then changing gear to move into the gold medal winning position for the second half of the race. Right here it is the Spanish sculler Daniel Gutierrez Garcia still leading it out here, and there is probably a length separating second, third, fourth and fifth, and all the action is on the enclosure side. At the moment it is the Swiss sculler Ahmed Rapi. He is in second place. He made it through to final C of the 2020 European Championships, and he's acquitting himself very well here in second place. Alongside him in lane 5, Thibaut Veve from Belgium. Very little between them. Thibaut, of course, a gold medal winner in the World Under-23 Championships last year, moving up into the senior category here and having a fantastic regatta, and is challenging for the silver medal as they go through 1,000.
Evo nas ponovo kod jedne uzbudljive trke kada su u pitanju skif i laki veslači. Ovo je borba za medalju i prva trojica će imati tu privilegiju da budu na pobedničkom podijumu u Beogradu i Srbiji na ovom svetskom kupu. Stvari su se bitno promenile, naravno najvažnije je početi i dobro startovati, a to važi i za Španca Daniela Gutierrez Garciju koji drži svoju lidersku poziciju od startne linije. Međutim, preokret se desio i Šveđanin Ahmed Rapi je sada na drugoj poziciji i potrudit će se sigurno, ima mali zaostatak, samo par stotinki za Špancem da nadoknadi ovaj propust i da pokuša da ide na zlato. Treće mesto za sada Belgijancu pripada Thibaut Viveju. Kako dalje poredak izgleda? Rajko Hrvat iz Slovenije na četvrtom mestu tek nije mogao da postigne ovo vreme koje je zadao i tempo Daniel Gutierrez Garcia. Peti je Lukaš Savicki iz Poljske, šesti Urugvajac Filipe Kluver-Ferreira.
So all to play for here for the gold medal that's on offer, and it does look like Thibaut Vive from Belgium, who has mentioned our under-23 gold medalist from the race last year. He's now moved into the lead, and we're going to check and see how Daniel Gutierrez is the first half of this race after taking too much out of him when he tried to open up that lead, Tim.
Yeah, I think you're right, Richie. He's dropping back with Thibaut Vive from Belgium actually in the lead with 500 meters to go. Going with him, Rajko Hrvat from Slovenia. He was the quickest man in the heat, but he's in second position and he's rating furiously, 42 strokes a minute already, and he has been doing that for the last couple of 100 meters. As Thibaut Vive was making his move, he's in the lead, but Rajko Hrvat from Slovenia just a couple of meters behind him. Third position, I think, is in the hands of Rapi from Sweden, so that looks good for him. He's looking to improve his best result at the World Cups, and a medal here would be fantastic. Would be a fantastic result for him. But yeah, the Belgian sculler there looking good, and looking to make a claim on that gold medal with 250 meters left to go.
U završnici finala skifa za lake veslače u ovom trenutku na prvoj poziciji je Thibaut Vive iz Belgije, drugi je Rajko Hrvat iz Slovenije. Razlika nije velika, a u borbi za treće mesto nalaze se Šveđanin Rapi i Gutierrez Garcia iz Španije.
Yeah, so that's the 1, 2, 3. I think Thibaut Vive looks very good. He's raising the rate, trying to fend off Rajko Hrvat from Slovenia with Ahmed Rapi from Sweden in bronze medal position. And that's the 1, 2, 3 from where we're sitting. But how is it looking from your position at the finish, Camilla?
Yeah, I feel like this is the absolute example of rate doesn't necessarily equal boat speed. Raiko Havat's been up in the 40s for the last 500 meters, but he can't catch this sculling masterclass from Thibaut Vivet. The Belgian out in front has been sculling beautifully. An absolute example here as he'll come to the line in gold medal position ahead of Raiko Havat of Slovenia. The bronze medal will be taken by Sweden's Ahmed Rapi and leaving the Spaniard out of the medals and off the podium.
Pobednik svetskog kupa je Belgijanac Thibaut Vivet, drugi Rajko Hrvat, treći Ahmed Rapi, Švedska.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight women's single sculls.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobednika ženskog skifa za lake veslačice.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Spain.
Bronzanu medalju osvojila je predstavnica Španije.
Natalia Miguel Gomez. Winner of the silver medal representing the Netherlands.
Srebrnu medalju osvojila je predstavnica Holandije.
Martina Veldhuis. Winner of the gold medal representing the USA.
Zlatnu medalju osvojila je predstavnica Sjedinjenih Američkih Država.
Mary Jones. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajačice medalja.
So in just a few moments' time, we'll have the last victory ceremony of the day for the lightweight men's single sculls. So please don't go anywhere. If you're here with us in the crowds, stay around to give them a cheer.
Imamo još jednu ceremoniju proglašenja, zato ostanite uz nas.
So just 4 minutes to wait until the victory ceremony of the lightweight men's single sculls.
Sljedeća ceremonija je za nekih 4 minuta.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight men's single sculls.
Ceremonija proglašenja pobjednika u skifu za laki veslače.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Sweden,
Bronzanu medalju osvojio je predstavnik Švedske.
Ahmet Rapi. Winner of the silver medal, representing Slovenia,
Srebrnu medalju osvojio je predstavnik Slovenije.
Rajko Harvat. Winner of the gold medal, representing Belgium,
Zlatnu medalju osvojio je predstavnik Belgije.
Thibaut Vivet. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Pozdravimo osvajače medalja.
Well, that concludes day 2 of racing here at the first World Cup in Belgrade, Serbia. And what a day it's been. Our first medals handed out in those events. The lightweight men's single, the lightweight women's single, and the PR2 women's single as well. It's been an action-packed day with all sorts of climates and weathers, but a beautiful ending there with the perfect conditions for our finals. We're going to be back again tomorrow. Remember to join us for more action, for more medals here on the third and final day of the World Rowing Cup in Belgrade, Serbia.
Ovim je završen drugi dan Svetskog kupa u veslanju u Beogradu na Adi Ciganliji. Loše smo počeli, loše je vreme bilo, međutim sve se popravilo i na kraju je sve bilo kako treba. Nadamo se da će sutra sve biti mnogo bolje i jedno čekamo da se vidimo ponovo sa vama. Hvala na pažnji i vidimo se sutra.